Good evening, everyone. And welcome to the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting at 6:32 p.m., Monday, August 2nd. And for the record, all 7 Planning and Zoning members are present. Martin, did you want to give an introduction to the agenda or format of the meeting?
Sure. Thank you, sir. So for each item tonight, we'll have a call to order followed by a staff report. Then the applicant will have an opportunity to make their presentation. Afterwards, we'll have public comment in either support or opposition of the project. At that time, please state your name, address for the record, and be brief and to the point within a 3-minute time frame. Commission and staff will then be able to have their discussion. The commission will vote to either recommend approval as presented, approval with conditions, or to deny the request or table the item. For conditional use permits, there is no vote. And then for tonight's hearings, for either zone change or conditional use permit cases, they are tentatively scheduled for the August 23rd meeting. On the agenda tonight, we'll have a final plat of Riverstone Ranch Section 13. We'll have 3 zone change requests, one for BP 288 to general commercial, one for general business to the R1 zoning district, and then an amendment to the plan to the plan development for the Pearland Town Center. Then we'll have 2 conditional use permits, a daycare, an adult daycare business within the neighborhood services, and then a cigar, tobacco, or e-cigarette shop within the general commercial. I'll hand it back to you, Chair, for the start of the agenda.
Thank you, sir. And one thing to note, when the public gives comments, we're not allowed to dialogue at that point. We listen. Some of us will be taking notes, and then we'll be able to respond at that appropriate time. But although we'd like to dialogue with you, that's unfortunately not how the format works. So we'll listen to your comments. It's kind of a one-way at that point, and then we'll wait and speak to it. So beginning on item number 4 for us is the consent agenda, and we are going to pull one of the items on the consent agenda to hear a speaker. So the consent agenda consists then of consideration and possible action approval of the minutes of 7/19/2021, our P&Z regular meeting. Do I hear a motion to approve, please?
Cade, so moved.
Earls, I second.
Any discussion? I guess there is none because it's a consent agenda. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Measure passes 7-0. So the next item for us is item 5, which is items removed from the consent agenda, and that is the consideration of possible action of the final plat of Riverstone Ranch, Section 13, Plat 21-00043. And this is a request of Zach Zarse of LJ Engineer on behalf of Meritage Homes, the owner, to approve the final plat of Riverstone Ranch, Section 13, creating 74 single-family lots and 5 reserves. It's generally located on the east side of Pearland Parkway and south of Hughes Road. Do I hear a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
You get that? Okay. Staff report?
All right, thank you. So for this item, Vince Husted will be delivering the staff report. And before we get into the staff report, I just want to let the commission know that this will be Vince's last presentation to the P&Z. I know he's been a longtime staple of the Planning and Zoning Commission. So afterwards, if you'll please let him know how much he's appreciated. Vince, take it away.
Thank you, Martin. This item is a request for the final plat of Riverstone Ranch, Section 13. This final plat would create 74 single-family lots and 5 reserves. The property zone R1 cluster located in the east side of Pearland, south of Hughes Road. This item does meet the criteria for approval found on the code conformance table in the review criteria. This item is being recommended for approval by staff because the final plat of Riverstone Ranch Section 13 meets the criteria of approval found in the UDC for approval of final plats. The next slide shows the location of the property under review. This used to be the site for the proposed Pasadena ISD intermediate school. The school had been moved to the location that it will be at on Hughes Road through an amendment to the cluster plan. So now the Riverstone Ranch Section 13 will be at this location. The final slide shows the configuration of the lots that will result should this final plat be approved. And that concludes my staff presentation.
Well, thank you, sir. And by the way, I did notice you smiling really big when he said it's your last one. Why would that be?
I'll be moving to Arizona.
So if we don't approve this, you have to stay, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, right. You got to keep presenting it every time. Keep coming back. Good luck to you, Vince. Enjoyed working with you.
Ditto.
Thank you.
We have a speaker that registered for this item, a Mr. Peter Johnson.
Excuse me,
Thank you,
Chair.
sir, and welcome. Yes, sir.
Prior to having individuals speak, we would typically, if the applicant were so inclined, have an additional presentation.
My apologies. Is the applicant here or online? Is the applicant for this item online or present?
I don't see Zach Zarse on, and it may be that because it was a recommended staff approval that
Sure.
they were inclined to not show up, but I wanted to afford that opportunity.
Absolutely. Thank you for reminding me. And I'm sure you'll do that quite a few times tonight. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you for showing up.
Thank you. I have the floor.
And yes, sir, and your name and address for the record, please.
Okay, my name is Peter Johnson. I'm at 2113 Limerick Drive, Pearland, Texas, 77581. And that address is in Green Tea Terrace here. Was there more? Oh.
I'm saying
the
proceed.
introduction?
The floor is yours. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, yeah. I've been a resident at Green Tea here for about 33 years now, and of course, therefore, a resident of Pearland. Before that, I came from Friendswood and still have a house over there and a lot of others in Brazoria County that I seem to have collected somehow or other, including a beach house down in Surfside Beach. Meanwhile, the one thing that I know when we had Mayor Reed and the city council and all for many years, and of course now we have our good mayor, Mr. Cole, and the one thing that they had always promised us was a little bit better security. There was a time, matter of fact, when there was a homeowner association meeting and everything, and they wanted to block off all of Green Tea on each end with people, you know, with guard shacks and stuff like that. I talked them out of that, but meanwhile, we've had some security problems. I don't know if you all remember where a couple of kids murdered a lady on Gulfcrest Drive, I think it was, and everybody was very upset about that. So I'm very concerned about security. Now, one of the things that the mayor had always promised us was, for instance, there are two locations, one quite nearby this plat that we're talking about here up in the corner, where it has those red signs, the big diamond-shaped signs and all. I think there are about 5 of them there, and there are 11 of them at the other location that was there a long time before. And that felt good because we were told that there was a certain number of feet of property there that belonged to the city of Pearland, and for ever and ever, they weren't going to let anybody go through. And they've even named the road on the other side where the 11 signs are and everything to coincide with the one on this side. But I was very happy and all. But on this property here, it looked like it was going to turn out very well. I know that some changes have happened in the plats over a little bit of time. I'm sure the builders made adjustments and everything on how they want to do everything. But there's one thing that the people right there on the, what I guess you would call the south corner, or the east corner, let's call it, excuse me, that something has been added which is not even included in the drawing there, where it's supposed to give you A, B, C, D, and all the different sections and what they mean. Someone's just kind of drawn in on the plat. The plat's wrong to start with because it's got a big turnaround section there, and it's not even lined up. But all of a sudden, the people that live in this area nearby me, and is that my phone? I don't think it is.
That's no, sir. That's to wrap up. It's been 3 minutes, but please wrap up.
Okay. Well, the thing is that they've dug a trench, so to speak, that now is being told, or we're being told, is an emergency access to the property, and I don't have any idea how they're going to secure that. The properties, by the way, on the other side, the new property with the zone, basically are much smaller pieces of land, much smaller houses can be built there, and also it's going to be a very different type neighborhood. But the problem is, and we're very concerned about it, is that I've been told, and then there are a lot of other people that were hoping they'd be here tonight, but I only found out a little while ago when I was meeting with Vince here earlier that there was going to be this meeting tonight, and the others, unfortunately, probably wouldn't make it, but I have names of people that are also very upset. Well, the thing is that they tell us that we need to have that for fire access. And I've looked all over the place. I haven't found any regulations that say you have to have fire access on two sides of something. The whole distance between that point and across the way where the entrance on the other side is less than 1/3 of a mile. I mean, it's, you know, about a 0.3 miles or something across. The thing is that we don't have any fire stations or anything on this side. I've looked for all the fire stations around here. The closest one on this side is way down there near Beamer, or on Scarsdale. There's, of course, the one over here off of Yost on 581 or 518. And all the rest of them are on the other side where they would obviously come in through the other side anyway, and even the one on 518 would go up there. Everybody would be coming in the other direction. The people in that area are very concerned about the amount of traffic with 74 new homes there, rather small ones and everything. We figure that that's probably half of them would go that direction, half of them would come the other direction. We've been told that there may be a way that we can secure a gate there or something, but I don't know how they're going to do that. And we're rather concerned that, okay, if we let them have a gate this time, next time they're going to want to come straight through. They're preparing to lay concrete there right now. And the people in that neighborhood don't want that much extra traffic coming in and out. I mean, it's very close to homes where the kids are there. I've been in all the homes myself, and they're very, very adamant against this whole thing.
Sure.
So,
thank you for those comments.
yes, sir.
And we'll get some staff.
Have any
to
questions
answer.
I can answer?
Well, actually, we'll have a dialogue here with the staff and
Okay.
hopefully
One last
address-
thing is all of the five, there were 6 fire stations. 5 of them over here on this side, or actually 4 of them, are within 2 miles of that entrance on the other side. The ones on this side here are 4 or 5 miles each one. So there's no reason to have fire trucks coming in on this side here, especially since the one on Yost can drive right straight up and come in the other entrance and everything much easier.
I'll have
easily.
hopefully somebody can explain some of this.
Okay? But we've got a lot of people that are very upset about it.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Martin, do you want to try to answer some of these, or Vince?
Sure thing.
He's on the way out. He might as well answer, right?
No, I wouldn't put that on Vince. So the secondary access point that was brought up is required by the International Fire Code, which is adopted by the city. The access, or the stub street that exists within Green Tea Terrace, has a 1-foot dedication that says that it is, I'm paraphrasing here, but it's essentially dedicated only for street access purposes should there be an extension in the future. The end of the cul-de-sac here is the closest place to have a limited access point for that secondary fire access that's required by the fire code. This will be a gated feature. It will not have direct connection or access to the general public. It will have a Knox box and will only be capable of being used by EMS professionals.
May I respond to that with a secondary better option?
Well, it meets the
I have
city's
to show you on the map there.
it meets the city's requirements, is what I'm understanding, and there is no, what I'm understanding, there's no access then to those drive cuts that were stubbed out at Green Tea.
Correct. It is only for emergency access purposes. So this is the stub street here in Green Tea Terrace. If you can see the mouse on the screen, this is the emergency access at the end of the cul-de-sac street, and this is only accessible for EMS purposes. And here in between the two, there will be a fire access gate.
And that is a fire code, as a regulation, if there's more than, my understanding, if there's more than 29 residential lots, you have to have a secondary access or a boulevard entrance.
Correct.
What I understand. Okay.
May I respond to a better idea?
Very quickly.
I mean, you're talking about a fire code, and I can show you one that'll meet that fire code if you need to, but Wexford there, which comes right off of Country Club Lane there, is a very short distance from here to here, and it would have you into the property immediately. The only thing is that some of the houses on one side, probably the right side, would have to be moved over the 15 or 20 feet or so, and there's plenty of room because the last lot down there is about 3 times the size of any of the other lots.
Sure, but, and so you know, we here as a body, if this meets the city regulations and that's what's presented to us, we have a perfunctory duty. Even if we didn't like this, we can go to jail if we don't vote yes. It is that correct? It's a kind of a criminal offense if we don't, if the city staff tells us that this meets all the requirements, we pretty much have to vote yes. And this one, apparently, according to our exiting staff member, it meets the city requirements. So
And
if that's a better option, they can consider it, but there's nothing we can do as a body to change that. So
Are we also considering that the plat is not drawn properly to start with?
Chair, I would suggest at this point, you're in a dialogue with Mr. Johnson. We were allowed to hear all of Mr. Johnson's public testimony earlier on in the agenda. If he has additional concerns, he can certainly reach out to the engineering department if he thinks that the building plans are perfunctory. However, at this point, it's staff's opinion that the plat meets the city's requirements and the state law requirements. Therefore, it's a ministerial duty at this point for the P&Z to approve this plat.
okay. Thank you, sir. If you could get in contact with the engineering department, that'd be wonderful.
If this will put your mind at ease or put anybody's mind at ease that lives over there, I've been a part of P&Z off and on for probably the last, I spent, I think, 6 years, and then I was off a couple of years and then came back on. Henry's been 10 plus years. Not one time has anybody, as far as city council or anybody on P&Z, ever had the notion to ever put anything through from Green Tea over into the existing subdivisions. That is something that they have always been adamant about not having it tied into that subdivision. So I think the residents over in the Green Tea area can rest assured that there will be no drive-through, cut-through. It's strictly set up for emergency use only. Now, I've seen some things on social media where people are complaining about even even having a pipe gate. They say it's an ugly gate. And, I mean, you know, if you don't like the looks of the gate, then get everybody together with the HOA and get with the city and upgrade the gate. But that's the only thing I can say is that. But the city has bent over backwards trying to make sure that the residents of Green Tea don't get that drive-through that you are so adamant against. So, like I said, I've been around for quite a while now, and that has always been at the front of every conversation when this subdivision was first started. That was the first thing they brought up. Are there going to be any drive-throughs coming into Green Tea? And they were adamant about no. So I think you can rest assured that it'll never go through. All right. Thank you.
I would contact the
That would be
engineering.
outside the parameters of the Planning and Zoning Commission.
All right. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Measure passes 7-0. Yes, we have to. That takes us to item number 6, which is new business. And the first item, item A, consideration possible action, zone change application, zone 21-00010. And this is a request by Eric Langan, applicant on behalf of RCI Holdings Inc., owner, for approval of a zone change from the Business Park 288, BP 288 district to the General Commercial District, which is GC, on approximately 18.655 acres of land. General location is west of 2850 South Sam Houston Parkway East. Do I have a motion of approval, please?
So moved.
All right. I don't have my little printout. Staff's comments?
Thank you, Chair. So let me kick this off to Florence Buaku. She is one of our staff planners and will be giving the presentation tonight. Florence, take it away.
Thank you, Martin. Good evening, Chair and members of the Planning and Zoning Commission. This request is for a zone change from Business Park 288 district to the General Commercial District. The property is located along South Sam Houston Parkway, and it has a future land use of 288 Gateway. The intent of this request is to allow the applicant to develop office warehouses as part of a larger development that they are proposing. Staff sent notification to property owners around the subject property and did not receive any comment. So this is the zoning map of the property. The property is zone BP 288 or Business Park 288. It abuts a general commercial zoned parcel to the east and BP 288 parcel to the west. And then to the south of this property, that is outside of the city limits, is the Tombas Public Park. The property has a future land use of 288 Gateway. The intent of that land use is to establish high quality, large scale office and other commercial uses as you enter into the city. And so it's supposed to be a development that is aesthetically pleasing, ushering people into the city of Pearland. All the properties around it have similar underlying land uses. So here's a zoomed in view of the site. It's currently undeveloped. To the east of it is a mobile home park or a mobile home subdivision. And then to the west has been developed into restaurants and a couple of hotels. To the south, as I mentioned earlier, is the Tombas Public Park. This site is also subject to corridor overlay district because it is along the Beltway, which is one of our corridor overlay, which is in our corridor overlay district. So these are a couple of views showing the site from Beltway 8, the corridor overlay district that I just mentioned. The second image shows the exact location of the site. There's quite a significant tree canopy, and it's undeveloped at this point. So this is a proposed site plan. I just want to remind the board that this site plan is just a proposal by the applicant, but when or if the zone change is approved, this site plan would not be binding. And so I'm just showing it just to illustrate what the applicant has in mind. And so the area shown with the red rectangle is the area where the applicant is proposing the office warehouses. The large building in front is proposed as a sports complex. So the sports complex is permitted within the 288 district, BP 288 district, but the office warehouses are not. And that is why the applicant is applying for this zone change. And so earlier on, I mentioned the 288 district, the BP 288 district. The BP 288 district is one of the city's special districts, and the goal is to ensure a very high quality development. And as such, there are facade articulation requirements. There's a requirement that any detention incorporated into the development be incorporated as an amenity. There are lighting standards, illumination standards, screening standards, and buffering standards. For this site, the good thing is that this site is also subject to the corridor overlay district requirements, which are also in place to ensure high quality development along certain public streets. And so again, within the corridor overlay district, there are facade articulation very similar to the BP 288 district. There are also lighting requirements, illumination requirements, and screening requirements. There's even an additional requirement for providing a buffer for any parking that is facing a corridor overlay district street or roadway. And there's also a requirement for providing bike parking to encourage pedestrian or multimodal access to the. Again, since this is a zone change from a specialized district, our BP 288 district, to the general commercial district, which is more of a most liberal or most accommodating zoning district. I wanted the board to understand the comparison so that when you make the decision, you understand some of the uses that could be accommodated on the site. And so within the BP 288 district, the district is set aside for more larger scale development like large offices, corporate campuses, medical complexes, and mixed use development. The BP 288 district does not allow outdoor storage or display and has additional requirements for screening, landscaping, facade design, and buffering. For the general commercial district, as I said earlier, it's one of more accommodating or the district that allows the most uses. And so it allows both large scale and smaller scale commercial development. An example is a food store, a pet store, or a laundromat, which is not permitted within the BP 288 district. It also allows manufacturing and repair uses, which may have outdoor components. Examples include like appliance repair, cemeteries, outdoor display, building material sales, and metal machine, wood shop, heating and air conditioning services, and utility yards, shops, and buildings. The general commercial district also allows drive-through services. A lot of these drive-through services are not permitted within the BP 88 district. So you could have a drive-through restaurant or drive-through cinema. And then the general commercial district also allows things like animal hospitals, dance halls, manufactured home display and sales, all of which are not permitted within the BP 288 district. So moving on, staff has evaluated this request according to basic requirements in the city for land use, thoroughfare plan, conformity, plating, and utilities. And one of the things that stand out most is that this request that is not consistent with the comprehensive plan or the future land use plan. The property has not been platted yet, but that is something that will be done once before even any building permits are issued. It conforms to the thoroughfare plan, and there are utilities available along Beltway 8. The request has also been evaluated according to the criteria outlined in the Unified Development Code. Again, one of the most outstanding things is that it does not conform to adopted comprehensive plan and future land use map. However, staff does not believe that the zone change will pose any effect on public health, safety, or general welfare, and we don't believe there will be any negative impact on adjacent property, especially because the property directly to the east of the site is already zoned general commercial, and so the proposed zoning would be consistent with the adjacent property. Along Beltway 8, there are also industrial zoned properties. And so we believe that even with the zone change, it would still fit within the character of the area. So moving on. Just giving you a summary of staff evaluation. The proposed zoning is not supported by the underlying future land use designation of 288 Gateway. However, the proposed zoning is not an isolated zoning. The adjacent parcel has the same general commercial zoning. And then we believe that the presence of the corridor overlay district will help to preserve the quality of any proposed development on the lot. And so we kind of preserve the intent of the BP 288 district. But just keep in mind that the zone change is a zone change for the land itself. And so it opens up the site to all the uses permitted within the general commercial district because there's no guarantee that the applicant's proposal would be the exact thing that would be placed on the lot. And then, as I said earlier, it is still consistent with the character of the area. So we don't believe that there will be any negative impact other properties within the area. And so with that, staff is recommending approval of the proposed zone change from Business Park 288 district to the general commercial district. Thank you, and that concludes staff presentation.
Thank you, Florence. That brings us to the second item, the applicant presentation. Is the applicant present or is the applicant online?
Yes.
Floor is yours.
Okay. Thanks for your time this evening. It's kind of been a dream
Sir,
of mine for.
please state your name and address for the
sorry.
record to start off.
Sure.
Thanks.
Eric Langan, Langan. I currently reside at 5404 Pine Street in Bel Air, Texas.
Please continue with your presentation. Thanks.
Sure. Yeah, it's kind of been a dream of mine to build a large basketball facility in Pearland for some time. I moved to Pearland originally back in 2001 and basically lived there. Still own my house in Shadow Creek Ranch. But because of the construction, I ended up moving to Bel Air, closer to where my daughter goes to school at. And but I look forward to basically, providing the kids in the community a large basketball facility. This would be the main building is the 80,000 square foot building in the front. That will be the visible building. That will meet all of the standards that's needed and required for BP 288. I own the majority of the land to the west and south of this land, about another 14 or 15 acres over there that we own as well, where the Bombshells restaurant is. We have 2 other pad sites there that we've turned down a few uses because we didn't like the uses. It doesn't fit with our plans or what I think the vision for City of Pearland is. I think the basketball court in this facility, in this area especially, be great. There's 2 hotels beside us right there, which will help. A lot of traveling on the weekends. I know the city council's had a study done, which I've reviewed. I just think that we as a public, can do it a lot cheaper than or a private company. Than the public, spending a bunch of money to build this facility. We can operate it. The reason we need the warehouses, that's how we're going to supplement. We think the gym property, especially in the beginning, as a break-even type proposition, as it builds over about 3 years, as you build up to your national tournaments and bringing the big tournaments in. Your study basically says pretty close to the same thing as our findings. And with the warehouse space in the back, we'll be able to basically supplement that.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for those comments. All right, we have a call then. The next item is persons wishing to speak for or against. Anybody online or in person wishing to speak for or against?
I don't believe anybody signed up to speak virtually for this item.
Okay, and I don't see anyone in the public moving. So for the third and final time, all right, we'll move on. And that brings us to the planning staff and commissioners discussion. P&Z members, and if I could, before we get started, there's been a rumor or two floating around. What's the right way to ask this? Is an SOB or a sexually oriented business allowed in the GC code or zoning? And secondly, are there any other rules and regulations that would come into effect or negate something like that?
I don't pretend to be a planner, and I'm not going to talk about the land use as it relates to the Unified Development Code, and I generally wouldn't speculate as to rumors. I could tell you what the application has been with the city of Pearland, and that is for this gym and the office warehouses. And when they originally came, they asked about amending BP 288 to the BP 288 zoning district to allow office warehouses. And it was staff who said, instead of amending BP 288, it might be better to rezone this GC since you have GC next to it. And it has always been a gym and the office warehouses. But in relation to regulations outside of the Unified Development Code that pertain to SOBs, I would say that the Pearland Code of Ordinances apply. The Pearland Code of Ordinances have a section 5, that limit those regulations to 1,000 feet of several different types of facilities. One of those facilities is mobile home parks or campgrounds. And as you see directly east of this, that is a mobile home park. That land that the applicant has is only 600 feet wide if you go along that corridor there. So it would not be possible to locate any type of business like that. And again, I don't think that that's the applicant's intent, but it would not be possible. A second type of location that you have to have that 1,000-foot buffer is for public parks, and immediately south of this, there's a public park. So whether you come from this side or whether you come from the east or whether you come from the south, you're very limited. It's really the east that excludes the entire property from that type of proposed use. I'm sorry, that type of alleged use. The south, I think, would allow you a little bit of room up at the top if you were to measure it only from there. But then you also have to add the corridor overlay district and other types of requirements that might make it a design challenge, to put it nicely, for locating it. But again, that's just an allegation that's out there in the community that I've been aware of. That is not what the applicant is here. That's not part of your criteria. When you look at a zone change request, your criteria is whether or not you want any of the GC uses that could be there to be there, and whether or not it meets those criteria. And that's what you should be focused on. And I think that in regards to land uses, staff has provided you with some of those different types of land uses. But if Martin wanted to elaborate any further, I'd suggest that he chime in at this point.
Lauren said, think you covered everything I was going to cover or had planned on covering. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Commissioners, comments?
I'm not opposed to, Commissioner Boswell, I'm not opposed to seeing this. I like the idea of a basketball facility, bringing in tournaments, possibly bringing in additional revenue for Pearland. So this is not something that I would be opposed to.
I'm not opposed to it either, but I do appreciate you getting that on the record. Thank you.
I would simply ask, and Martin, you may have the answer, and I think you referred to it, and I think Ms. Florence did as well. I guess my first thought would have been, well, if we want to make sure that there's not any other use other than what the applicant is describing, why wouldn't we ask them to put this in a PD and just include those two items with an underlying zoning if we found some of these other uses maybe non-acceptable?
Right. So we had those conversations with the applicant and with administration. We talked about both types of routes. As Lawrence said, going in and amending the BP 288 zoning district to include the uses that they're looking to have on this site, so that way they wouldn't have to go and rezone the property. The reason we suggested, or that we finally ended up suggesting the zone change to general commercial, was that we felt that the corridor overlay district basically provided some of the same design requirements and aspects to development that the BP 288 zoning district already had in it. So while there are additional uses, as Florence described within the presentation, what is being planned for development and what we felt would eventually go there with the constraints of the Beltway and 288 and the singular access point going north along the frontage road there, that it limited the types of businesses that would eventually go there. So we felt that with the general commercial immediately due east, that it would provide a good extension of that district.
And I just want to make sure I'm on the same page, but we're approving GC. We're not approving the Plat. We're not approving the basketball deal. We're not approving any, we're just rezoning this. So if they decided tomorrow, okay, now we got it rezoned, we can go build whatever else we want to do, they could scrap all of that because, or we know that doesn't exist.
Correct. Zone changes are not tied to a plan.
Yeah, so we can't
And the state
guarantee there's
doesn't
going to be a
allow-
volleyball, basketball. That's just what we're being told, which should be irrelevant to the discussion, technically.
Technically correct.
Yes.
And
Okay.
we cannot do conditions.
Just making sure that once we talk about this multiple times in town, once we rezone to GC, you've opened the doors to pretty much everything, short of SOBs or whatever else that's disallowed.
Yes, sir. I think that if we were to turn back to staff's presentation, I think there's a staff assessment and criteria number 4, I think is what it, nope, not that one. Yeah, I don't, there we go. Staff evaluation is the one. So bulletproof number 4. This zone change would open the site up to all uses permitted in the GC district, some of which you might not want at that corridor, but it was staff's assessment that if you go with BP 288, I'm sorry, with GC instead of BP 288 because of the corridor overlay, you would get a different quality development at that location.
You're going to keep the corridor overlay, but rezone it to GC, correct?
Correct.
So you still have
This has no change to the corridor overlay district.
Okay, all right, that clarifies it. Thank you.
Different, not just better. So it's right. Okay. I actually think I would prefer it to be amended because we are, I won't say opening Pandora's box, but we are. We have no idea. We hear the intent of the applicant and we appreciate that, but I think we've seen the bait and switch before. So that's all.
Can we amend it to exclude?
No, ma'am, that would be conditional zoning, so you couldn't amend it to be GC absent particular issues. If the applicant came in just with a PD, it might not meet the PD criteria. There's nothing unique about the property that would suggest that it needed to be PD worthy, I'm going to describe it as, or there's nothing specific about the applicant's intended uses that say, hey, this is something that's a PD. So, I think that what you'd be looking at is, or what council would say, I think I've heard the term before, PD, or phrase before, PD worthy. You're just trying to give us an enhanced whatever other zoning category, and that's not what PDs are meant to do. It's supposed to be a different quality, complex type of development where you negotiate a few different things in it. So that's not what this is.
So I'm hearing you say that staff as well to say the zone change from BP 288 to GC with the corridor overlay, we should trust the city rules that it's going to be, because of that corridor overlay, it's going to be a good, something ideal rather than, what we would not get if this were a GC somewhere else.
Yes, sir. So, that's just staff's recommendation, and I think I've said this a few times before. That's staff's recommendation for your recommendation. If you thought differently, if you looked at all the GC uses and you didn't think that the GC uses were appropriate for there, if you think because this didn't meet the comprehensive plan or the future land use plan, you're not comfortable recommending this particular change, that's perfectly appropriate for you to deny it based on those criteria. Those are things that are outlined in the criteria for approval, and that's your function. That's one of your primary functions. I'm not going to say the sole function, but that is your prime function. And if you have misgivings about GC at this location and all the potential uses, then we know what to expect with your vote tonight. Otherwise, if there's a particular issue, let's try to get you the information so that you can be comfortable with it. And if not, that's okay to have a negative recommendation, or you being the sole or the minority vote on this. That's fine too. It'll be up to City Council to make the final determination, and I'm sure that they will give your comments due consideration.
Thank you for that. Any further comments or questions? All right, hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. All those opposed? Measure passes 5-2. Now, typically, we ask the two in this case to state their reasons against.
I'm always concerned when we open the floodgates to the ability to put anything and everything. I know this has limitations. I still worry a little bit about it. So there's only a number of actual entrances to Pearland anymore. Now 288 and the Beltway is what I know I live over there, what I consider part of Pearland, and when you see it, so I want a certain feel for it. I want it to look a certain way and be a certain thing. So I like the controls that are in place. So
My reason is basically the same as Commissioner Dansby's. And after I read what bullet point 4 on that slide, it struck me that it really does just open it up to anything. And that's my reasoning. Thank you.
Well stated. And we'll move on then to item B under section 6. And for the record, Commissioner Dansby is going to recuse himself from this item. This is consideration and possible action, zone change application 21-00012. And this is a request by Justin Barnett, applicant on behalf of Tranquility Lakes Estates LLC, the owner, for approval of zone change from general business district to the single-family residential R1 district on approximately 4.7034 acres of land, and that is, the general location is west side of Serenity Drive, Pearland, Texas. The property is between Serenity Drive and Serenity Court. Staff presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. Let me introduce Samin Bazargan. She's a planner with us in community development. Samin, take it away.
Thank you. Good evening, Planning and Zoning Commission, the staff in the meeting. I was going to, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Samin.
So the next request is for zone change from general business to single family residential R1 for a property along west of Chocolate Bayou and Serenity Court. The intent of this zone change is to expand the existing residential subdivision on the east side of the property. Future land use of the property is retail, office, and service, which is for retail and commercial uses. The staff has received 8 written comments in favor and 3 written comments against the proposed zone change. And as you can see, the map shows the comments that staff received from the neighbors within 200 feet of the subject property. This is an aerial map of the subject property, and as you can see, it's adjacent to commercial zone mostly, and also residential on the east. And the next slide, thank you, is future land use map that shows the property is designated as retail, office, services. And this is the future site plan if the property will change to residential district. And as you can see, it will be subdivided into smaller lots, and it will be part of the existing subdivision on the east. And this is a picture as a view from the property from Serenity Drive. So the property has been annexing city in 1997. It was zoned general business in 2006 and later was platted in 2019 as commercial reserves. So just to giving you more details of the history of the property, in September of 2015, the request was made to approve a zone change for this tract and also the adjacent tract from general business and R1 zoning district to single family residential zone district on approximately 2.5 acres. So it was basically a change request for both tracts. The P&Z Commission recommended against the zone change request for this tract to concerns expressed by the neighboring business owners about the negative impact to their properties. This request was later denied by the City Council in the first reading on October 2015. In March of 2016, a request was made to approve a zone change from general business to R1 for this property. It was later denied by City Council in August of 2016. Same request was submitted in October of 2018, which was later withdrawn by the applicant before the public hearing. So since 2016, as you can see, neighboring properties mostly developed into commercial properties. We have medical buildings, we have retail centers, and also we have gas station retails, and also public storage and their facilities along Chocolate Bayou and Cohen. So this area has been developed to commercial. So this is the list of commercial land uses in this area along around this property. So the property is not in compliance with the comprehensive land map, and as you can see, the property is designated as retail. Zone change request is for residential. And as far as the UDC conformance, the property in future development will be subject to UDC codes. And by adopting this zone change, the properties on the south and north of the parcel will dedicate part of their property for a residential buffer, So it will be, the property in the north and south will be around 20 square feet of their property. The Chocolate Bayou and also the Serenity Court are both minor thoroughfare, which will be expanded. And as far as platting, the property has been platted before. However, the subject property has to be replatted. If the residential classification is granted, then a residential replat subdividing the previous commercial lot will to be processed to preliminary plat, infrastructure permit, final plat approval before developing the lot. So the original plat was what the property was originally platted commercial reserve. And next slide, please. The proposed zoning map amendment does not implement the policies of adopted comprehensive plan. And the residential use permit by proposed zone change and the standards applicable to such uses will not be appropriate in the immediate land to be reclassified. The proposed change is in accordance with an existing and proposed plan for providing public schools, streets, and also water and sewer services. The proposed change will not affect the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. So staff recommends the proposed change is not in conformance with the comprehensive plan and the future land use plan. The proposed residential zoning will require the adjacent commercially zoned property to dedicate a 25-foot wide landscape buffer with a masonry screening wall or a 30-foot vegetative screen. The comprehensive plan recommends the city to reserve the remaining commercially designated lands for development in order to reduce the tax burden of residential properties. So staff recommends denial of the proposed zone change from general business district to single family residential. And that completes the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Is the applicant here to make to make a presentation? Sir, when you begin, please state your name and address and carry on. Thank you.
My name is Justin Barnett, 6302 Broadway. Thank you for hearing this evening. I want to kind of fill in staff report. Yes, we did come in 2015. Yes, we did come again in 2016. All over one property owner protest over 15 foot. We come again with overwhelming support from the current residents of Tranquility Lake. All that I've spoken in support of, all that I've talked to have spoken in support of the zone change. They've called, wished their concerns that they did not want, and I get that. So we're here trying to do something that we've been trying to do since we put in Tranquility Lake. The existing HOA board has indicated it'll accept rezoned lots to be annexed into the property owner association. I'd like to do a little rebuttal on the side history. Since 2006, there have been, in staff reports, since 2006, there have been numerous developments in the vicinity. I'd like to point out that all of most of the developments listed were on the west side of Cullen that were developed. Since Cullen was put in 2005, Old Chocolate Bayou has become there's no traffic. There's no traffic count on Old Chocolate Bayou. All the general business is essentially unattractive on Old Chocolate Bayou. When we Camp Bow Wow and the reform, trying to figure out the reason for hope that was done on Old Chocolate Bayou. See, those are kind of a specialty market. It's not dependent upon. All of the stuff that was laid in was either on Cullen or 518, and that's great. And that's where general business thrives. General business does not thrive where we're at. In just last year, the property owner built a cell tower that now decreases any visibility to our property from Cullen. So we're saying, look, we looked at the facts. We talked to the residents. We said, let me go one more time. Let me go, because it does make sense. We're going to add 12 lots. The proposed zone change would have a negative impact on neighboring commercially zoned properties, the buffer. We're willing to work with that. We've got by Plat, we've got a 14-foot utility easement already dedicated on both sides that this would affect. Now, I wanted to point out that the conformance, it says 19,275 square feet is already adjacent that it would affect on each side. We're talking about 480 feet of lots times 15 foot, which is 7,200 feet. Here's what we're willing to do. We're going to move the property. We're going to put up a a concrete fence, which would further reduce the buffer zone required. The site plan that we saw from the protest shows that the proposed development in protest is already going to give a 10-foot setback against our property. So why don't we just move our fence in 15 foot, and property owner is nowhere for this. We add 12 lots into Tranquility Lake Estates, into this. It's a gated community. We're giving you 80-foot lots. This is the stuff you want. This is stuff that staff and that we've always been asked to develop. We're just wanting to look. These houses sold. They're filled. Great residents there. We'll have 2 opportunities for ingress, egress for the residents. They'll both be gated. It solves our problem with trying to sell it as commercial, as general business. Not that we haven't had it for sale, not that we've tried to obtain that. It's just the property owners adjacent to us, they have fight and calling to do their business. You know, we want to just tuck. The way I see it is we're just going to have to tuck this in here and we'll make it work. We're sitting here saying we'll make it work. Yes, we're coming back for the last time to say we'll make this work. Let us just put 12 houses. This adds revenue to an already small HOA. I'm going to let them speak for whether they're for or against it, but that would be the point. That would conclude my presentation.
Thank you for that. That brings us to the point of persons for or against. I do have 2 speakers cards filled out, and I have a list of names here that I'll read off. And we'll go one at a time. There's a 3-minute timer that we'll have. The first one is, and I am so sorry, Fran, Gound, and I can't read the rest. RY. If you'll, you just said your last name. If you'll please say your last name and address and say what you have to say in 3 minutes. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for being here and coming out.
Well, thank you all. I have my reading glasses. Is it okay if I take my mask off?
Feel free to move that microphone down as well to meet your needs.
Thank you so much for allowing us the opportunity to speak to the council. It really makes a big difference to the community. My name is Fran Goundry. I live at 8020 Serenity Drive in Tranquility Lake. And tonight I feel compelled to voice my concerns about the zoning in the area west of my street. I want what is best for our community, and I'm not opposed to the changing of this zoning. But I do want to convey my concerns about this change and how it might affect our community. When I first found out about the change, it was through the signage that was posted on Serenity. At that time, no one had heard anything about the status of this property. All of the residents want clarity and communication from our management company, but received none. I realized that if this area remains commercial, we wouldn't be here right now because our cul-de-sac that is there at Serenity would remain intact. I do feel that additional homes in this area would be a welcome addition to our subdivision, so I'm not opposed to that additional section. However, the cul-de-sac that we have at the base of Serenity needs to remain closed and not a throughway for additional residents. Let's keep in mind that this cul-de-sac required additional fees paid to the builder. The residents living on this cul-de-sac were never told that this cul-de-sac would be removed to create an access point when they purchased their homes. On the original platting of Tranquility Lake, Section 4, it shows a fire gate that closes off the cul-de-sac and makes our gated community fully enclosed. We have made numerous requests for this fire gate installation as it has been approved during the March 2019 zoning and planning meeting. Recently, with tonight's zoning meeting scheduled, the community has received conflicting communication from management regarding the cul-de-sac. The first time the rezoning was mentioned, it was during a community gathering on July 21st. At this gathering, the manager attended. He requested our support for the rezoning and brought to our attention proposed plans for the cul-de-sac. It was here that we first learned that the cul-de-sac would be made into an entry point for the newly proposed residential section. He also mentioned that all residents from this new section would enter from our main gate on Fight and drive through Serenity at their access point. The new residents would only use a gate on Choco Bayou for exiting. Then at a board meeting on July 26th, the manager story changed. He again requested our support for the rezoning and informed us that the new community will have their own entry exit, but that the cul-de-sac will continue to be an access point. If I could just have one more minute, I'm almost done. As previously stated, I felt an urgency to address the council this evening and to have my concerns documented with the city, that I do not want this development to infringe on our cul-de-sac. If keeping it commercial will ensure that our cul-de-sac remains intact, then so be it. The fire gate needs to be installed per the city's approval in 2019, and I request that the current management communicates plans regarding the development prior to the execution in writing to the community members, so that we have clarity to any actions moving forward. I want what is best for our community because we've all invested in something that's really a beautiful community. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for those comments. And just for the record, we are not council, it's just a commission. You didn't vote us in or out. And I'm sorry, the pen looks like it didn't write very well at the beginning. It looks like Jennifer Evans, and I apologize if that's incorrect up front. So name and address, and then please take it away. 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. I'm Jennifer Evans. I'm with Signature Companies, 9525 Katy Freeway, Suite 124 in Houston, 77024. Thank you. We are the adjoining property owner to the south of this cul-de-sac. We have 10 acres. I'm not sure if you have a copy of what I submitted, but we've worked through a pre-development meeting and with planning to design an office condo park on that 10 acres. And as part of that design, we have adhered to the 10-foot setback that is currently imposed. And as the planner spoke to, this change in zoning would cause us to have to go to a 25-foot landscape buffer and then the masonry wall. We had not heard from the applicant any offer to mitigate that or absorb that. We've had no conversation, so that's new information to me. But regardless, I'm not sure how that would be posed, long-term perpetually. But as the ordinance states now, this would affect our land plan in that it would shift. If we did the wall as opposed to 30 feet, it would shift into our development 15 feet, which would move our access drive, which we have for circulation, which then moves into the developable area. So obviously, economic hardship to this site reduces a tax base to the city because we're creating a tax base there with every square foot that we develop. So there's that. And then yes, we did construct the tower as you come into the cul-de-sac. So I do have question as to how we would access that tower if there is gated entry into that cul-de-sac, as our drive for that tower and for its maintenance is in that cul-de-sac. So, and it was permitted through the city. So, so thank you. I appreciate your considerations, but obviously we're down the road with our land plan and with the professional services we've employed, and we're opposed. It's a hardship. So thank you.
Thank you for those comments. I do then have a list and it's there's virtual and in-persons on this list. I see that Fran was on this list, so I'm going to put a check mark there. The next person, let me go to the people that are actually here, and then we'll go to the virtual, the second group then. Miss or Murthy, Murthy, last name. Miss Evans, you already spoke as well. Okay, got it. Let me check that.
Respected members of the commission.
Name and address first, and then carry on, please.
And my name is Dr. Jay Murthy. I live on 8025 Serenity, just east of the proposed property change, the zoning change for the property. So in 2019, I bought this home because it was a quiet neighborhood along the lake in the quiet cul-de-sac, or close to one. And I was hoping it would remain the same. And honestly, I'll be short. Fran, I think, has alluded to a lot of the issues that have, kind of come across to us in a community. But the key things are, number one, I'm totally not opposed to this being residential if it is feasible from all of the fronts. But I do want that cul-de-sac to remain a cul-de-sac. And even today, when I bought the house, we were told that it's designed like a cul-de-sac and there would be a fire gate. And I don't see a gate even today. And occasionally I've seen trucks come through. So I live in a gated community with a promise of extra security and comfort, but I do see vehicles coming through a breach in the wall. It's not even fenced. So I question the validity of that proposition when I actually bought the property. And two, with regards to the homeowners association approving this, and yeah, everybody was excited, but I can tell you, as being a witness to the homeowners board meeting, because of the legal structure of the meeting, which I'm not opposed to, but none of our voices could be heard in terms of what we think about this, and there were no follow-up meetings. So the board, yes, 3 people decided that it would support, but if you ask the community, probably a lot of us have these reservations, and so that's why we are here tonight with you guys voicing our reservations. Thank you for your time and hearing me.
Thank you, sir. Jorge Patino.
Hello, good evening. I'm Jorge Patino. I live in 8021 Serenity Drive, east where the proposed change zoning is. And pretty much I have the same concerns as my 2 neighbors. But the reasoning for me is I have 2 kids, they play outside. I have 2 dogs that we walk. And opening that cul-de-sac will have more traffic, more people coming in, coming out, which is something that I have reservations having my family there. Another thing is we pay for this community to be gated and have only one entrance and one exit. And it's just more secure having it that way than having one exit and one entrance. This new proposed exit is on a more not busy, but more easy out to go in either Cullen or Chocolate Bayou to Broadway. So a lot of people is going to be using the street where I live, living, and that's also a concern that I have with being a father of 2 kids. Thank you for listening to us, and hopefully you guys can help us out. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. The remaining I show as virtual. Is there anyone else here in the audience wishing to speak for or against this particular item? If not, let's move then towards the virtual. And the first name I have is Andrea Hall. Are you there, Ms.
Yes,
Hall?
good evening. Good evening. To the chairman of the board, as well as for the planning and zoning committee. Yes, my name is Andrea Hall, and I reside at 8009 Serenity Drive in the Tranquility Lake Estate, Zone 4. This evening, I'm voicing my concerns about the zoning of the area west of my street. I am not opposing the approval of a zone change from general business to single-family residential. But like all the other residents, I am concerned how this change will affect our community. In July 21, the residents, we were in attendance and we were asked them to give their feedback based on their experience as owners in this zone. And their responses were: 1, the community is small, quiet, and beautiful. 2, the neighbors are friendly. And 3, they love being in a gated community. However, in regards to safety, this is of utmost importance. You see on the left of Serenity Drive is the detention pond. On April 4th of April 2021, I wrote the development company voicing our concern in regard to the steel bars that were removed from the perimeter steel fence constructed around the pond, making our premises easy access to outsiders. I was referred to request assistance from the management of Savona Tranquility Lake, who responded, quote, "The pictures you have attached to these emails are not for our property, Savona Tranquility Lake. You might be referring to Tranquility Bay." This is just an example of the lack of concrete information normally received from the development company. Sorry about that. However, much later, the fence was repaired, but not before a member of the community was attacked by a tenant. We are still having outsiders who can come in and fish on the pond. If the community has been and still is experiencing lack of safety, what will the lack of security level be with a zone change using the same engineers? Flooding. At this moment, residents are not experiencing any flooding in the community. Will there be an assurance that with an extended development, our community will still remain a non-flooding zone? Health. If with the expansion using the Old Chocolate Road as an exit only, the community would be experiencing respiratory issues with dust coming from excavations, heavy and load equipment moving to and from, using Tranquility Lake Estate Zone 4 as an entrance. I have sinusitis, and any exposure to a more polluted air is unwelcome. And can you give me a little bit more extension in this time? Detention pond. Will the approval of a zone change, will the community now have to share the view of the detention pond with the new residents? We have grown to love this beautiful pond, and one of the reasons why I have invested in purchasing a unit at this plot was to, will this approval compromise this benefit? And conclusion, in moving forward with the resident request that the current management give us in writing all plan of actions and full transparency in writing regarding the new development moving forward. And like all residents here at this meeting, I also want what is best for the community, and also we will not lose the serenity and tranquility of this beautiful community that we have grown to love. I too thank the council time and support at this time.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for those comments. The next person I have is Jennifer Hopkins, virtual.
Yes, hello.
Name and
My
address.
name is Jennifer.
Yeah. Thank you, sorry.
Okay. My name is Jennifer Hopkins. I live on 8032 Serenity Drive. When purchasing my home, I was told that the cul-de-sac would remain a cul-de-sac. When you purchase a new home, the neighborhood is normally a big factor. Best aspect of this community is that it's small and private. I also live on the cul-de-sac, and I paid more to live on the cul-de-sac. Because of this, I am in opposition of the zone change if it involves no longer having a cul-de-sac. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. That brings us to Joyce, and I hope I say this correctly, Joyce Fugit.
Thank you. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, and name and address,
Wonderful.
and please make your
Yes,
comments.
here I go. I'm ready. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Joyce Fugit. I live at 8024 Serenity Drive, Pearland, Texas. My home is in Tranquility Lake Estates, the development adjacent to the property for which a zoning change is being requested at this meeting. It is my understanding the same owner requesting this change owned and developed our neighborhood. Many in our neighborhood only recently learned that this zoning change is being requested in anticipation of expanding Tranquility Lake Estates, our neighborhood. I, for one, am surprised by this zoning request. When I purchased my home last summer, I was told the property would be used for something different. Furthermore, after months of many unheeded concerns, we were suddenly urged to come here and offer support for the benefit of our unresponsive owner-developer. We are alarmed at this request when promises made to us months ago remain unfulfilled. Of late, we have learned that the plans for the expansion include not enclosing our cul-de-sac as originally platted, a place where our children and grandchildren can safely play outside our homes and where the purchasers of those cul-de-sac lots expected to continue to enjoy the privacy for which they paid. The developer now plans its elimination. The new plan continues the street into the new portion of the development, creating more traffic whizzing by our homes. As you consider this zoning change, please keep in mind that the developer making this request has already been duplicitous in dealing with the homeowners in Tranquility Lake Estates and only informed us of their true intentions when they felt our cooperation was needed for their benefit. We want our portion of this development completed first. Should this development move forward, we will want many details clarified. We want to enjoy safety, stability, and peace in our homes. And I would like to point out that Mr. Barnett, in his comments tonight, again, was contradict things he has told us previously. And I don't think everything he told you was valid, just for your consideration. So you'll know who you're dealing with. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. And that brings us to Ms. Leanne Beal. Are you there, Ms. Beal? Leanne Beal, B-E-E-L.
Chair, I see that Ms. Beal is signed up to speak tonight, but I don't see them in the attendee list. I'm looking to see if Joe back in the communications booth might have known something differently. I don't see any callers whose names aren't there, so.
Correct, Lawrence. I don't see anybody by that name in the attendees list as well.
We can always move on and then check back at the end, ask for any further comments. Then that brings us to Mike Pollock.
Chair, I don't see Mr. Pollock signed up, or I'm sorry. Again, Mr. Pollock has signed up to speak. However, I don't see him in the attendee list. And I'd like to verify with Joe since he did the sound checks.
Same thing, Lawrence. The only remaining person I see is Shani Joy.
Fantastic. Shani Joy, floor is yours.
Hello, good evening. My name is Shiny Joy, and I live in 3018 Tranquility Lake Estates Boulevard. And we bought a home in December of 2020, about 7 months ago.
Ms. Joy, could you please speak up? It's very difficult to hear you.
Hello, can you hear me better?
Oh, much better. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Shiny Joy, and I live in 3018 Tranquility Lake Estates Boulevard. And we bought our home in December of 2020, which is, we were the last ones. Our home was the last one to be bought. So when we bought our home, we were told that the cul-de-sac on that end of the Serenity Drive will be closed. So that ensured us a safe place to be in. So there is an access, one gate access where from one side you enter and the other gate you exit. So now my concern is, one is safety. If this development is extended, I do not oppose the zoning to residential, but the extension of the Serenity Drive from our street to the next street on the other side will be a concern for safety. We'll have more driving people through our street and even the Serenity Drive street, which is also a concern. Safety is the biggest concern, and while we buy a community home which is gated, we expect to be safe. So having more construction workers and people drive in, that will be a concern to us. The second issue is the gate access. If there is an extension on the other side, will they be using our streets to go to their homes? That is another concern I have regarding this. And thank you for this time to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. I believe that's everybody on the list, but I'd like to open that up for questions. Is there anyone else wishing to speak for or against this item? Anyone in the public wishing to speak for or against, either here or online? Going twice?
Mr. Chair, may I, since I was kind of brought up specifically at being duplicitous, I'd like to respond. If I
give me a second. Let me ask legal if that's.
That would be in part to the chair's discretion. However, the public hearing portion of this is finished. If you have questions of the applicant, absolutely, it's appropriate. Right. If you have a specific question that you want to ask the applicant, that doesn't mean that the applicant can come in and answer things different from what your questions are, though.
Right. Give us a second, and I'll get you. We'll get you back up there. I have a question for you anyway. So, so one last time then, because I asked twice. Let me ask a third time. It's our tradition. I don't know why, but it is. Anybody in the audience or online wishing to speak for or against this item that signed up or didn't sign up? All right, that brings us to the next portion, and that's planning staff and commission, our discussion. First is commissioners. Any comments or questions, concerns?
This is Commissioner Hendricks. I have a question. So can you just confirm that you're at the end of their cul-de-sac that you're going to put, it's a fire access only gate, essentially?
As it's currently platted now, it would be put in by the first commercial development that goes in on the Lot E Reserve.
Okay.
Put in the fire gate. That was what was planned. That's what, when we went to Plat and got Plat approval, that was the agreement.
Okay, and then the other thing is, going back to that, so the lady that was talking about the property to the south, you guys are willing to put in a concrete fence 14 foot into the lots where the normal utility easement lies, so it won't have as much impact.
It would have zero impact on we would move our lot line in.
Right. So I think that's all I wanted to confirm. Thank you.
Mr. Barnett, I want to ask you expressly, is it going to affect this cul-de-sac for the residents that already live there?
Well, as I've tried to explain, is because of the history of this, because we have been turned down, we've done zero engineering or planning on this. There's obviously, we have to lay it out. We have to have preliminary engineering done. We have to lay it out according to, any development has to be laid out to code. What I've explained, and anybody that would listen to me, is we'll come and we will be transparent in that design, but because of the history, we did zero design on it. I mean, we spent no money on preliminary design. We're just coming to see if this is a feasible thing for us to continue designing out, and we will. I don't know any of the answers to the questions that were asked.
I believe that the residents are supportive of the zone change. I actually also am supportive of the zone change, but I hear them all saying the same thing, and I don't disagree with them that they bought this property with a certain thing in mind, and short of being, I guess, promised or convinced that that's not going to change, I would have to be a no on this, I think. I'm sorry.
I agree with Commissioner Cade. One thing that you know, I know y'all haven't done drawings, but what I see the concerns from the residents out there is they've got a certain standard of life that they've already kind of adjusted to out there. They were sold this dream in the originality of it and the way that the subdivision was going to be laid out, and that's what they had planned to live. I'm not big on changing things like that when it comes to buying a piece of property and spending you know, buy the American dream, and having that cul-de-sac. The only way I see that property works is if you basically build the other thing for the 12 lots on the other side, and there's just one way in and one way out, same as you've got now. Now, you know, and build the fire gate. But from what I understand, y'all haven't even built the fire gate. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's by plat. That is correct.
Okay. And the other concern that I have is the property to the south. According to the people that own that property, they said that it would be adverse to them because they would have to change entrances and into their property and stuff to deal with not necessarily the offsets, because y'all said y'all are going to absorb all the offsets, so they wouldn't have to. It wouldn't cost them one dime as far as offsets in that property. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I wouldn't mind listening to what they had to say as well. Can we have them back up and ask them that question?
Yes, sir. I'm trying to, so since Ms. Evans was here and she spoke tonight as on behalf of Signature Properties, she said no to this issue. You want to know whether what the applicant has clarified is sufficient to change her written protest?
That's correct.
Am I understanding that correctly? Ms. Evans spoke after Mr. Barnett for the applicant presentation, so her comments would still stand. She heard what Mr. Barnett had to say as part of the applicant presentation. I don't know if it's fair for her to come up and have to say again without anything, without any written documentation saying this is what it is. I mean, I don't think.
Okay, I understand.
I'm trying to think
until you
whether
get
or not that's
something in
fair or
writing,
not.
it's really just something.
You could ask her opinion as the adjoining property owner if that satisfies her concern. However, she could choose to decline for those reasons. I mean, she has nothing in writing yet.
Right.
It might not be fair for her to give a response.
Okay.
So, but she's here, and if she's available and if the chair allows it, yes, sir, I think it's possible.
You allow it? As if you allow it, can she?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you for the question. I would not be comfortable to change my position tonight because I've had no dialogue with the applicant and the owner of the property to give me the kind of assurance that I would need to stand here and tell you that I was not in opposition. And I also am not clear again about the access that the existing tower parcel has onto that cul-de-sac and the residual area of that parcel that's going to be developed at some point. I'd need to understand all of that to be able to change my opposition tonight. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Boswell, I do want to say from listening to the citizens' comments along with what I heard myself, the area of concern is that nothing's really been answered. And the citizens have spoken and they're all in pretty much agreement that if you're going to move forward with this addition to their neighborhood, then is that cul-de-sac going to remain closed? So to me, that's a condition that is going to determine if they're going to be for or against the 12 additional homes that you're trying to add, and that has not been answered here tonight. With the entry points, I know they said safety was an issue, and it just seems that communication is lacking or not clear between the applicant and the current citizens of that neighborhood concerning what is actually going to be done. So I know that you didn't want to take the money and the investment because you had been denied several times concerning this, but I think answering those would have given you a clearer path to take, because now it's just so much that remains outstanding in terms of what needs to be answered, because you have so many people that are conditioned upon what's going to happen with that cul-de-sac. Would it remain closed? Would it be a new access point? Is that going to add additional traffic? So to me, that's a condition that really does need to be answered before you move forward, because right now I would be a no from what I heard and the echoed comments I heard from the citizens. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Hendricks again. So would they would have entrance off Chocolate Bayou Road, and that would be gated, correct?
Chocolate Bayou would be gated, not at the cul-de-sac, but set back. There wouldn't be on the cul-de-sac.
Okay.
It would be gated, but I don't know. I would love to sit here and answer questions, but I don't know the UDC, and I don't know the EDC, the Engineering Design Criteria Manual.
Right.
I'm not an engineer to answer that.
No, I'm just saying, like, they're talking about traffic concerns. I mean, I just don't see how 16 homes could cause more traffic. I've seen several gated neighborhoods in Pearland, and they had way more homes than what's shown here is existing, and then you're only added 16. And then on top of that, you guys plan to gate this, so it's not like people are going to be able to drive through here. And it sounds like they might still keep a fire access gate from going into the other. And then the other concerns of safety were people hanging around the pond, but then the apartment complex and the condos have full access to the pond. So I don't see how that was a completely gated off neighborhood to begin with, because there are several people that have access to this pond. But I would be for it, because I just don't, I think it makes sense to extend that look of the neighborhood, even though they may be two separate neighborhoods. And it sounds to me like it's going to be gated, and there's not going to be a security issue or a traffic issue, considering how many neighborhoods we have that are gated. They have way more homes. So that's just my thoughts, and that's it. I'd be for this.
Martin, didn't the fire gate get approved a while back? We did. Okay.
So the fire access is on the plat, and as Mr. Barnett stated, it would be developed when the first commercial property was to be built.
So for this issue, if you go forward with the zone change request, contrary to staff's recommendations and in part the concerns expressed by the community, they're all saying we don't want to change that particular gate, which ties into criteria number 3 and criteria number 4 of your zone change, because it could be a safety issue or because it doesn't conform to the street section, since that's what the plans had always been, for there to be a gate at the end of that. If it's rezoned, there's no longer a commercial obligation to put a gate there. It has to be replatted. When it gets replatted, it would remove that commercial restriction. And then we don't know what that future plat isn't in front of you, because they can't get to that stage yet because they need to go through this stage first. So.
In that case, there's no reason to table this item to allow the applicant and the neighbor, and I mean the neighbor to the south, I believe is Miss Evans, to negotiate any kind of deal for the buffering that might economically cause an economic hardship on the neighbor to the south, and as well to come back with a plat that showed a fire gate between the two cul-de-sacs perhaps, or their design. What I'm hearing you say is there's no reason to table that because this is step A and the next one is step B.
Yes, sir. You can't go forward with the plat on this if it's contrary to the zone. So the zone change request has to happen first.
I just find us ourselves and everyone in this room that has something to do with this zone change request in kind of a quagmire. I hesitate to deny another residential next to a residential because it's zone general business. And I think some of you probably have been thinking this, well, if this doesn't get passed, what else could it be? And you would have a neighbor that's general business. And if you look at those uses, they're much less friendly than another neighbor. So I want to say yes. I really want to say yes, but I also hear all of your concerns. So this is one of those nights I wish I was watching Monday Night Baseball instead of being here. And I know all of you wish the same thing, right? Or whatever it is you choose to do on a Monday night. Any further comments? I'm still.
I think it's important to keep in mind a lot of citizens said that they bought that with the cul-de-sac being closed in mind. That's what they were sold on. Some had to pay additional amounts of money to be in the cul-de-sac area. So to switch it now, and I bought a home based on something that significant, I think it is significant to open it up, even if it is for 12 homes, because now it's a switching bait. You're not giving me what I was promised when I purchased that home.
Well, and I think that's a point I should have made. I was thinking it as well. That's a wonderful point. It's not only just the 12 to me that may go to Fight Road. It's all of those that live along Fight Road or are currently in the neighborhood that are now, instead of just going to Fight, going to traverse past and get to Chocolate Bayou. I go by Chocolate Bayou every single day. I understand it's a very low traveled road. You only cut through maybe to get to 518 to turn right if you live to the south, if you even know about that road. That was the original road when there was no Cullen, by the way. And that what is that? Burger King was a Shell gas station. That's where we got our supplies when we ran short. So it's a great point, and I would tell the applicant I would be for this under a couple of conditions, and that is that you had worked out with the neighbor to the south, number one, and number two, you maintained a fire, or you committed to put in a fire gate in between the two parcels. I would say if you want to develop 12 or how many ever lots right there, and it was secluded from the other, I'd be more than happy to vote yes for that. But I think Commissioner Boswell is absolutely correct. The people that bought on the cul-de-sac, or that even the upper North Street going east-west, bought it because it was a street that dead-ended or cul-de-saced, and it was going to be a quiet community, and you could let your kids play. You live the American dream on a street like that, and if that changes, even though you're going to fire exit, you talked about fire on both sides, I still think that's different from what they were promised or what they perceived when they bought their place. But I would be for it if you could separate it and maintain that thing, and also worked out with the property owner to the south. I'd be very happy to vote yes. All right, there's a call for the vote. Let's vote. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. We have one. All those opposed, same sign. We have 5, and I still wish you all the best of luck. Thank you for participating. That's what makes this city the way it is. Thank you.
And Lawrence, the reason why we voted no is clear, right?
I was going to ask Shelby. I think she was taking copious notes during the presentation, and I think a lot of you indicated then why your vote was going to be what it was, so it
Exactly.
satisfies the P&Z rules of procedure requirement. Thank you.
We wanted to vote yes, but we just couldn't. Okay.
All right, I'm kind of oh, here we are. I need item C. Oh, here we are. Consideration and possible action. This is item C. Zone change application, zone 21-00013. And this is a request by Jennifer Curtis of Meta Planning and Design, LLC, applicant on behalf of Texas Land Parcels, LLC, for approval of a proposed amendments to the Pearland Town Center Planned Unit Development, which we call a PUD, to accommodate detached townhome development on single-family residential lots subdivided, on 13.692 acres of land, and the general location is the south side of 11200 Broadway Street, which is also part of the Pearland Town Center as we know it. First call to order then is the staff report, please.
Thank you, Chair. Let me introduce Mohammed Barima. He will give us the staff report tonight. Thank you.
Martin, members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, good evening. This request is for approval of proposed amendments to the Pearland Town Center Planned Unit Development to accommodate detached townhomes development on a subdivided lots for individual ownership within sub-area C of the planned development on approximately 13.6 acres of land. You may recall on March 15, the applicant participated in a joint workshop with the Planning and Zoning Commission as well as the City Council to discuss and receive feedback on this proposed development. The discussion topics at the time included traffic, necessary density for the town center, aesthetics, and how the parcel was originally intended for an entertainment venue. A few of these items have been addressed to a significant degree within this request, and we'll cover that in a minute. We have not received any written or verbal comments about this request. The zoning map in the next slide is shows the property is consisting. The next slide, Martin. Thank you. So this is a zoning map, and it shows the property is consisting of 3 platted lots and located within sub-area C of the Pearland Town Center. The Pearland Town Center is denoted with the red color here, the red boundary, and the yellow area is those 3 platted lots within that sub-area C. It's just a portion of sub-area C. And currently undeveloped. The subject property is designated on the future land use plan in the next slide as 288 Gateway, which is intended to accommodate large office and medical complexes, campuses, and complementary retail centers with vertically integrated residential uses of high quality. To give you a little bit of history of the Pearland Town Center, next slide is an aerial map of the town center, which was originally established in 2005. And as I mentioned, was subdivided into sub-areas. And the town center style development consisted of department stores, retail shops, restaurants, multifamily, residential, and entertainment uses. Most of these individual parcels have developed, sold, or leased as the development has progressed. Sub-area C, the area that we're talking about with the yellow color there, was exclusively reserved to accommodate a development of a large multi-purpose event and performing arts center or other entertainment uses. That was established in the PD. The surrounding areas of the surrounding uses and zoning of that particular, those 3 tracks, you have commercial uses on the north side of the property. You also have detention and pond and trail on the south, east, and west, and it's all zoned town center plan development. There are some commercial uses beyond the trail and the detention pond on the east and west side. Actually, on the east side is some prospective development that's coming in the near future. So next slide, Martin, is the design plan of this sub-area C, and the applicant proposal is to rezone Thank you. Okay. So the applicant proposal is to rezone this 13.6 acres vacant property to develop a residential subdivision of approximately 142 lots with detached townhomes with a minimum lot area of 1,800 square feet per residential lot, will be connected internally with private owned and maintained streets, connecting externally to Kirby Drive on the west side and Business Center Drive on the east side via a private access easement. So it'll be connected to that existing town center ring road, which is private access easement. The proposed amendments also will increase the residential unit entitlements of the PUD, the overall PUD, from the current maximum in the PD from 300 units to 380 units. The next slide is the landscaping plan as proposed by the applicant, and it reflects the location of the proposed open space, including a pavilion and a dog park, as well as trails as amenities for the development. Next slide is the fencing plan. Reflects the location of a proposed master screening wall along the north side, adjacent to the commercial uses that are located in the town center, and a 4-foot wrought iron fence along the east, west, and south side of the development, basically adjacent to the detention pond. The next slide is the renderings of how this development will look like. These are the proposed renderings intended to be included in the PD. And the next slide is the plot plan, which reflects the typical site plan for the townhome with 0 required setbacks on all sites. That's how it's presented by the applicant. The next slide is the proposed deviations from the Unified Development Code and the Engineering Design Manual. Just want to note that the PD can only make deviations from the Unified Development Code. Anything that's in the EDCM will have to be submitted and reviewed through the engineering department. So there are several deviations requested as part of this development. They're all summarized in this slide here. I will basically discuss actually this slide and maybe the next slide as well. So I'll just go ahead and discuss at least some of those important deviations. Number 1 is access. Basically the Unified Development Code states that a subdivision of approximately 60 lots or more should be or must be connected to improved public roadways with improved public roadways to the city street network. And the engineering department has expressed concern about establishing lots that will not front on adequate right-of-way for both vehicular access and for utilities. As I mentioned, this subdivision will be fronting on private streets, and it will be connecting out to a private access easement, and that will connect back to the street system, the city network, which is represented by Kirby Drive and Business Center Drive. Engineering has expressed concern about that. The next area is the area regulations. As I mentioned in the Plat plan, the development reduces the minimum lot area to only 1,800 square feet per residential lot, and with no front, side, or rear setbacks required. To just put this in perspective, the district regulations of the townhome district that we have in the UDC require a minimum lot area of 3,000 square feet with a minimum lot depth of 90 feet and a maximum lot coverage of 50% lot area. So this PD does not establish any minimum except that minimum lot area of 1,800 square feet, but no setbacks, and lot coverage exceeds that 50%, almost close to 80, 90%. The next area is the parkland dedication. The applicant is proposing to dedicate land in lieu of the required parkland fees. Any residential development that will come into the city, the developer would pay parkland fees, and so they're proposing to dedicate land within the PD boundary and subtract that from the fair value, subtract the fair value of that dedicated land from the required parkland fees that will be owed to the city. This proposed land dedication does not meet the criteria established by the Parks and Rec Department, and it's not supported by staff or the director of the Parks and Recreation. And then I'll get to parking. Parking may be in the next slide, Martin. The applicant proposes 2 parking spaces per lot, which are located mainly within the unit garages, and with no room for parking in front of the garages. So that would, reflect on having any area or room for parking in the front yard of these lots, which means that parks will have to park on the street. If any of the residents does not park inside the garages, they'll have to park on the side of the street, which would block these neighboring driveways. Last but not least, screening. The applicant proposes no screening on the rear of the townhomes. Again, it's adjacent commercial uses. They're mainly located on the west side, but we have to also approve upcoming commercial uses that will be located on the east side of the development, including a hotel and a conference center. The next slide is some views are taken for the subject property. This view is taken from the south, looking back towards the town center. So this view is taken from the south of the property. Next slide is a view from the east, looking back towards that property, and you can see the multi-family development, the apartments that are located in the town center on the right-hand side, and this single-family residential development, that's the Southern Trails located on the left side of the screen. Next slide is a view taken from the west side, and it's looking back towards Business Center Drive, with the town center being on the left side of the screen. And the last view is looking from the north, and that's looking back towards the existing residential subdivision across the pond, which is the Southern Trails subdivision. Next slide is, I believe, the conformity table. And as I mentioned, this development is not consistent with the 288 Gateway designation on the future land use plan. The subject property is going to be accessible by private circulation drive, which does not meet the city standard for public road. Also, a full traffic impact analysis will be needed by the engineering department to determine any potential impact from this development and any recommended improvements. Engineering would suggest that this TIA be submitted and reviewed before this request moving for a second reading with the city council. The last thing is the criteria for approval in the next slide. And as you can see, This proposed development does not conform to the majority of the criteria for approval established by the Unified Development Code, including, as I mentioned, the comprehensive plan, the future land use plan, providing superior development, resolving any or mitigate any compatibility issues with surrounding development, and the recommendation. Staff looked at this development. Martin, next slide, please. So this site really does not appear to be a good fit for this proposed style and design of the residential development due to access and adjacency issues, as well as the other development-related issues that we discussed. Also, staff felt like maybe something like more of a multifamily or attached townhomes may suit better this site, as contemplated in the comprehensive plan and the intent of the town center PD. And last but not least, as based on all of the criteria approval that have not been met, staff was unable to make any recommendation for approval of this proposed amendment to accommodate this development. And however, should the Planning and Zoning Commission choose to recommend approval of these proposed amendments, staff suggests some recommendations to be included, and these will include these conditions that are on the screen: that the subject townhomes be developed in accordance with the area regulations of the townhome district, and that would increase the minimum lot area from 1,800 square feet to 3,000 square feet. Second one would be the residential monument sign be restricted to masonry, stone, or concrete, and to be consistent with residential monument signs, and should be limited to the main entrance of the residential development noted on the master plan, and provide also 20-foot setback for each garage. So basically offsetting the garages and moving it back so that they can accommodate more parking outside the garage on the private townhome lot. Next slide, Martin. Also, a masonry screening wall to be provided to screen the rear of these townhomes. Again, these townhomes, the rear of those townhomes really faces all of the commercial lots that are basically on the north, west, and east side east side of the development. So staff suggests extending that masonry screening wall that's along the north side to also be along the east and west side of the development. And the detention pond and the walking trail not to be counted towards the parkland dedication fee and be assessed in accordance with the Unified Development Code. So just keep the parkland dedication, the parkland fees just as right in the UDC. And then TIA be completed prior to the second reading of the adopting ordinance. And last but not least, the commission can make recommendation to approve as presented, recommend approval with conditions as we have drafted them, or they can add to them, deny the request or table the request. And that concludes the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the second item, which is the applicant presentation. I'm not sure if the applicant is here. I understand there was an illness.
Excuse me, Chair. Shelby and I were looking through our notes, and we didn't see who made the motion in the second on this particular item.
I didn't get one. My apologies. So if you don't mind, I'll do that right now. May I please have a motion for approval?
It's Cade, so moved.
Commissioner Henrik, second.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Thanks for keeping an eye on me. I need the help, as you can tell. All right. That brings us to applicant presentation again. Is there anyone here? An applicant here? No. If not, are they here virtually by chance?
They are. Jennifer Curtis and I believe also Ryan Day, the developer, are available online virtually. Thank you.
Ryan? This is Jennifer Curtis with. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Loud and clear. Thank you.
I'm so sorry. I have a sinus infection, so I'm a little. My voice is going in and out. Ryan Day, who's with the Meritage, the developer, was going to be making the presentation, but he may not be on the line at the moment. So I'll do my best to be audible at these slides. And
hey, Jennifer, can you hear me now?
Oh, there you are, Ryan. I'll mute myself.
Thanks, Jennifer. I'll take it from here. Good evening, Commission. This is Ryan Day with the applicant Meritage Homes. Address is 3250 Briar Park Lane, Suite 100, Houston, Texas, 77042. As you could probably hear, Jennifer, she is ill this evening and typically would be the one to make this presentation and is much more polished than I am in making these presentations. So I appreciate your grace with me presenting this evening. I also want to appreciate or express our appreciation for approving the Riverstone Ranch Section 13 plat earlier this meeting. Appreciate that. As mentioned previously, Jennifer Curtis is our planning consultant. Also on the call is Eddie Kirst, our engineer, our civil engineer. Jennifer, feel free to interrupt me at any point if I say or represent anything incorrectly from the presentation. We also have representatives from CBL on the line who have agreed to answer any questions regarding the history of the site, and I believe will speak after I do. If you want to go ahead and move on to the next slide. So as Mohammed mentioned, March 15th, we did have a workshop, and based on that feedback, we did, in fact, make several changes that I would like to bring forward and bring to your attention. But first, want to reiterate that the PUD process is a process that allows for flexibility and creativity from the UDC. What you've seen in staff's presentation is how this stacks up to the UDC, and obviously we're not going to check every box from the UDC because this is a PUD, and this is the purpose of that process. At that March 15th meeting, it was actually mentioned that the UDC likely needs to change, and in the next comprehensive plan update that there should probably be some discussions regarding adding zoning designations to accommodate this type of development, which we thought was a very positive comment. But overall, generally, as Mohammed said, there were minimal changes that were made, and we'd like to discuss those. So everybody's familiar with the site location here at the town center. If you want to move on to the next slide. This is the overall development. As Mohammed mentioned, it will include private streets. The private streets will be controlled by ingress, egress gates in the middle of the property, as well as 2 exit-only or fire emergency access-only gates on each end of the property there on the north and south. It does contemplate detached single-family units with individual ownership, and we feel like this is something that is needed within the town center. There's currently 2 apartment complexes, but there's no for-sale single-family product there at the town center, which we feel will bring additional, a different clientele and diversity to the patrons within the town center. Go ahead and go to the next slide, please. We're contemplating having 2 phases. The first phase would include the park area as well as the main entry and exit gates. We are contemplating 12.8 acres, or units to the acre, rather. The previous PUD contemplated 9.4 units to the acre, and that area, I think it made more sense for a less dense use. That area was for sub-area E, which was the area that currently where Out Home is located. So this is much closer and much more walkable to the rest of the town center, and think that the increased density is certainly justified. The lot sizes we were proposing are 28 by 70 foot on the interior, and then 28 by 80 foot on the exterior. So our interior lots are 1,960 square feet, and our exterior lots are 2,240 square feet. This compares to other attached townhome products within the city that the city has approved. Guillen's Midtown at Magnolia has a minimum 2,100 square feet, and so we're not that far deviated from a development that was already approved in a much more suburban location versus this urban location. Next slide. Access and traffic. We are proposing changing the existing driveway, private driveway, to a public access easement and public utility easement, a PAE, PUE. And that would allow access by all of our homeowners within that road, and would also maintain access as currently exists for patrons of the Pearland Town Center. It's important to note, if you hit the next slide, this is a survey of our property. It's important to note that the property that Meritage is purchasing from CBL includes the actual concrete and roadway for the ring road. It's also important to note, it's kind of hard to see on here, but a little bit easier to see on the next slide, that there is, for the 238 unit apartment complex, only one point of access, ingress and egress, and it actually doesn't follow the path of the ring road. So we think that access is not an issue here, because it'll be provided via a PAE, PUE to a public road, Business Center Drive and Kirby Drive. Next slide, please. The previous use for this area, as Mohammed mentioned, was for an entertainment and event center, which is a higher traffic impact than our proposed residential. So we respectfully disagree with staff's recommendation that an updated TIA be performed here, because our use is less intense than the TIA for the entire center that was contemplated for this area from the original PUD. Let's see. Next, there was a comment as well, going back, that, and I guess let me preface it this way, the changes that we made to the PUD, we tried to make very minor changes in order for the town center to continue to function the way it is. There are open parcels still within the town center that are yet to be developed, and we didn't want to do anything to impact those. We didn't want to do anything that would impact CBL if for some reason Meritage were to not purchase the property. We wanted to maintain flexibility on this space. If for some reason Meritage left the picture and CBL is left with the property, for them to have flexibility to either build this or to move forward with an event center, should they so desire. Next slide, please. This kind of highlights our open space and amenities plan. As Mohammed mentioned, we are providing 525 square feet of open space per unit on site. But keep in mind that there is abundant open space within the town center and immediately adjacent to this property. Within the 23-acre detention area, there's approximately 10 acres of hike and bike trail that is amenitized, that our residents will be able to take advantage of as well. And also, the PUD contemplates calculating overall for multifamily and for attached townhomes to take a comprehensive look at the town center. But instead of doing that, we just wanted to provide, this is what we're providing for our particular section here. Regarding screening and buffering, staff's recommendation to adjust things on the west and east and south sides, we don't necessarily agree with. On the north side, you have the ring road, and then you have a row of landscaping, a parking lot, and then more landscaping before you get to the multifamily. And so we're talking about residential up next to residential. We do contemplate having a masonry wall, which we'll get to here in a minute. We didn't adjust the screening and buffering within the PUD. Everything was as is. If we need to go back in and adjust it, we're not against that. But again, we were trying to minimize the amount of changes we were making within the PUD. Next slide, please. Green space and open space. We are contemplating having a dog park next to the walking trail along the detention pond, as well as a common open space and a meeting space that'll include outdoor fire pits and some gas grills, propane or gas grills, and give a space for people to have community gatherings, birthday parties, so on and so forth. Next slide, please. So as part of the PUD, we did contemplate, okay, yeah, that's more of the green space. Sorry, next slide. It's important to note that each of our townhomes will have backyard space as well and covered back patios. As part of the PUD, we did contemplate transitioning ownership of the existing trail around the detention pond to the city of Houston. City staff voiced concerns with accessibility and that trail was only built for people within the town center. But as most people will know, people within Southgate subdivision utilize that trail. And they also expressed concern with the accessibility of that trail, but also want to point out that there is a City of Pearland Park that's adjacent to the Southgate neighborhood, fronting Kirby Drive there. That is actually connected to the trail system around the detention pond. And that trail system also connects to the sidewalks within Business Center Drive. So we feel like, again, there is adequate connectivity to other public trails and, in fact, to another public park as well. That we think would be beneficial for the city to maintain and assume ownership of. Next slide. This is our fencing diagram. We're contemplating having a masonry wall on our north boundary, as well as the first two lots on both the east and west sides. This will provide privacy for those homeowners so that people who are driving on the ring road cannot simply peer into their backyards. And so we do believe that screening is sufficient. We do not agree with extending that wall further south to the southeast and southwest corners. Again, each of these homes is going to have a really nice back patio. And we feel like there's a sense of community that people will have as people are walking along the hike and bike trail, seeing people utilizing their back patio. We think that that's going to encourage a sense of community among the residents and among other residents within the town center. Next slide, please. This is how we're going to connect to water and sewer. The water line shown on this plan is a public water line. It's important to note that a good portion of that existing water line is under the pavement included in the parking lot for the town center. We'll get to that a little bit further, but keep that in mind. The sanitary sewer here is all private and is owned and operated by CBL. We don't have any issue entering into an agreement with CBL for us to outfall into that sanitary sewer. It was always contemplated that the use of this tract would utilize that sanitary sewer, which then leads to a public line over in Kirby Drive. We are going to utilize the existing detention pond and the existing outfall within the detention pond, so no rework should be necessary there. Next slide, please. So this is the part that probably deviates the most from the UDC, and it's something that we do quite a bit within Houston and other municipalities within Houston, and I'll get to that here in a minute. But it's important to note that we do have 28-foot paving width, which is consistent with and is the same width as a typical suburban subdivision within City of Pearland. The 28-foot paving is coterminous with the PAE PUE, and that means that the PAE PUE is also 28 feet. All of the water and sewer lines are private. They are owned and operated by our HOA. And so with that, we are comfortable with taking the risk of having sanitary, storm, and water lines underneath the pavement, just like, you know, an apartment complex or any other private use. And essentially, this is an apartment complex or a condo where all the lines outside of the gate are owned and operated and maintained by the HOA. Similarly, gas and electric are all private. There will be no public utility easements within the development. There's a meter rack. There are several meter racks that are located behind the fence, behind the masonry fence, that will then provide private gas and electric service to all the homes. Next slide, please. This is our parking plan. We have 44 guest parking spaces head in or parallel throughout the site. As Mohammed mentioned, we also are providing a 2-car garage with each unit, which will provide 2 additional parking spots. City staff's recommendation or comment that if on-street parking is allowed, it would cause an issue for fire or EMS or would have people block their neighbor's driveway. We don't agree with. These are 28-foot wide lots. A typical car is 16, 17, no more than 20 feet long. And so if street parking is allowed, somebody can park in front of their house, also put 2 cars in the garage, which would allow for 3 parking spaces in addition to the guest parking spaces that are off-street that are provided. The PUD proposal for off-street parking is 1 spot for every 4 homes. This compares to City of Houston's standard of 1 space for every 6 homes. And we feel like because this is a walkable development and there are ride-sharing services like Uber and Lyft and car-sharing services like Turo and Zipcar, we really feel like there's going to be minimal parking issues here, and we feel like parking is adequate for this use. Next slide, please. I want to touch on setbacks. So I wanted to clarify here as well. Staff presentation made it almost seem like we came in and reduced all of the side setbacks and front setbacks to 0. We actually didn't touch the setbacks at all. Those are already approved in the PUD. If we need to amend them to something similar to what is shown on here, we're okay with that. The long story short is we have 3 foot, as you see on the left-hand side there, 3 foot minimum on one side setback, but then the other side can be a 0 lot line. And so that's for one of our 25-foot wide products on the 28-foot lot. And then the one on the right is a 22-foot product on a 28-foot lot. And in those instances, we can actually get 3 feet on both sides, but want to maintain the flexibility to have one side be a 0 lot line. Again, we do have a 5-foot front setback in the front of our homes that is not contemplated in the PUD. If we do need to add that, that's something that we can certainly add. I will say, though, that a 20-foot setback in the front in a 50-foot right-of-way will absolutely kill any kind of high-density use here and does impact the feasibility of the property. Next slide. Here are our updated renderings. We took to heart some of the comments that were made at the workshop regarding our front elevations. And we came back, and as you recall from that meeting back in March, we had a lot of blue tones and a lot of kind of more trendy and I guess urban tones, which are very popular in some of the other developments I'm about to mention. But we do want to have a coherent look with the town center, and so we came back and we added more earth tones, we added more masonry, and added more stucco. We added things like the shutters just to provide a little bit more character. We removed siding. You probably saw a lot of hardy siding on some of the front elevations previously. We removed all of that. And just overall, we feel like this provides a higher class look than what was presented previously. We will have more than 8 facades. These are 6 different plans, and each one will have 2 or 3 different front elevations on them. There was a note in the planning department's write-up saying that a third of the homes, typical in the UDC, a third of the homes have to have garages that aren't the dominant feature. And we feel like that's probably a good rule of thumb for a typical suburban product. But again, this is an urban product, and this is what you see all over Houston in higher density areas. Next slide, please. We touched on the benefits of a detached townhome versus an attached townhome last time. I'm not going to belabor that point, but long story short, it's lower maintenance like an apartment, but allows for home ownership, and the lack of attached walls removes any maintenance nightmares that the HOA and the homeowners could get into later on. Next slide, please. And that kind of reiterates what I just said. Next slide, one more. So how do we achieve it? These are the 5 main bullet points for the revisions that we made to the PUD. I'm assuming everybody's read those revisions and is familiar with them. So would like to take just a brief moment in this next slide and the subsequent slides to say that this type of development is unique to Pearland, but it's not unique to the greater Houston area. If you go to the next slide here. There we go. This is a map of other developments in which we've done the same product. All of these developments have 28-foot lots, 28-foot PAE, PUEs, 5-foot front build lines, as we previously showed you. We've had large developments like Springbrook Village pushing almost 1,000 lots, and we've had small developments, almost 34 lots rather. And so this is kind of a middle of the road at 142 lots. And there's likely, these are the ones that Meritage has done within the past 4 or 5 years. There's likely hundreds of others within Houston that are just like these. Next slide. Wanted to highlight our Springbrook Village development. Again, a lot larger residential component, but does have adjacent commercial that is contemplated at the front that is owned by Metro National, the owners of Memorial City Mall. Next slide. This is a representative picture of what the entrances look like in that development. We plan on having something very, very similar here. Nice, lush landscaping, very clean and good looking signage as well. Next slide. There's just an alternative photo of what those entryways look like. Next slide. And these are all communities that you can see online, and wanted to provide kind of our general pricing in what those are currently. In Springbrook Village, we're running from $340,000 all the way over to the next slide to $385,000. Next slide is a smaller development. This is a deal off of Park Row, only 87 lots, but still, again, 28-foot PAE, 28-foot lots, park space, very similar to what we're contemplating here. The next next slide has our current plans and pricing in those, ranging from $353,000 over to, next slide, just under $400,000. Wanted to provide in the next slide a little bit more information regarding the interior of our homes. There was one comment that kind of stuck out to me last time that these almost seemed like 2 mobile homes stacked on top of each other. So wanted to dispel that myth and provide some interior shots here. We do granite countertops in all of our homes, nice high quality cabinetry, stainless steel appliances, trendy floors, whether it's wood tile floor or a wood laminate or actual wood floors. Next slide. Here's another photo of one of our kitchens and dining areas. Something that makes Meritage stand out in the in-town game is that we add windows to places where other builders would just put a wall, and so you'll notice some little pocket windows there that provide more light and ambiance to the interior of the home. Next slide. This is a photo of one of our master bathrooms. Again, pretty representative of some of the homes that you see, suburban homes that you see within the city currently. Again, you see the transient window up above the mirror there, adding additional windows where other builders just will wall that off. Next photo is another photo of a bathroom. You can see there in the mirror, you have actually a stand-up shower, and in addition to a soak tub, 2 separate vanities right off the master bedroom. And then the next slide, this is one of our master bedrooms, which we feel is very nice for a townhome. You actually have a separate sitting area in addition to the bedroom area. Next slide is 2 of our floor plans. Again, all of these are available online through our websites where we're currently selling these homes. They're all 3-bedroom, 2-bath homes. The one on the right-hand side actually has a flex space on the bottom floor, as well as a game room upstairs. The one on the left there is one of our smaller plans that does not have a game room upstairs, but we do have other plans that have a flex or game room upstairs as well. The next slide shows a typical back patio and the backyard space for these homes. And so you're not right up against your fence. You actually do have some decent outdoor living space in order to get out and stretch your legs, have a meal on the back patio. The next slide is a rear elevation of one of our homes in Austin that has a little bit more of an upgraded elevation, but wanted to show the size of these back patios. It actually runs the entire length of the home to where you can have both a sitting area and a dining area. Next slide shows another rear elevation of our homes. We know that could be a concern considering we do have homes that are backing up to the ring road, and so wanted to provide some representative samples of that. Next slide is one of the front elevations from our Austin product. Again, we're dressing that up and bringing in more earth tones, more masonry, no horizontal lap siding. So the next slide, as I conclude, as staff said, there's 7 criteria when evaluating a PD. And those can be found on page 5 and 6 of the staff report. The first one is what's being proposed actually warranted, or can it fit within the UDC? Obviously, this doesn't fit in the UDC, so we comply with that. The next bullet point is, does this development match what's contemplated in the comprehensive plan? As previously discussed, we think that there is good reason to believe that the comprehensive plan is going to be changed the next time revisions are due to where development like this will be allowed. Bullet point number 3, staff disagree that this provides a superior development. We think that this is a superior development. It's something that is needed by the town center. Bullet point number 4, it contemplates compatibility with other uses. And we think that because this is a townhome, a high-density townhome use next to multifamily, that this is actually probably a more compatible use next to that multifamily than any kind of event center that would, have a bunch of foot traffic and be a potential nuisance to the residents of the multifamily. Bullet point number 5, again, talks about compatible uses with planned and adjoining spaces. We feel like this is compatible with those spaces. Bullet point number 6 contemplates, is the development consistent with adopted public facilities plans? And we think for water and wastewater and drainage and other public facilities that yes, that this development checks all of those boxes. Minus the fact that these are private lines that are under the pavement, but again, they're private and they're not going to be owned and maintained by the city. I think the biggest question in our minds is the word transportation in that bullet point. And again, we've talked about our proposal to solve that with a PAE PUE from our development over to the public streets. And then item number 7, the proposed open space and recreational amenities are above and beyond what would normally be found. And again, we feel like the existing hike and bike trail around the detention pond, as well as what we are providing with a dog park and a community gathering area within the development are more than what would be typical if we were just to follow the UDC. Go ahead and go to the next slide, please. Staff also laid out 7 recommendations. If the commission were to decide to recommend approval, they suggested 7 revisions to our PUD. Those items are listed on page 6. The first one was increasing the square footage from 1,800 to 3,000 square feet. And again, doing that to the density makes an infeasible deal. The city also has already approved an attached townhome deal in a suburban location with the Magnolia tract, the Guillen Magnolia tract at 2,100 square feet. We're not deviating that far from that. Item number 2, the residential monument sign, limiting the number of materials on that. We're fine with that if that's a change that that commission wants to make. Item number 3 was providing a 20-foot setback in the front. Again, that kills density and kills feasibility of the deal. For us, we feel like the solution for parking that is presented is adequate. Item number 4, they recommend extending the masonry screening wall on the west and east sides. Again, we don't agree with that for the reasons previously outlined. We do want you to consider item number 5, the detention pond. We think that the existing hike and bike trail around the detention pond does serve a public use. It is adjacent to a neighboring subdivision. It's adjacent to the town center. It's going to be adjacent to additional hotels that are currently under construction along Business Center Drive. And so we do feel like there is a public function, and we do feel like there is public connectivity that justify it being owned and maintained by the city. Number 6, removing considerations for deviations not related directly to the PD or the UDC. Again, we tried making minimal changes to the PUD, but we're open to any recommendations there. And then item number 7, staff's requesting an updated TIA be done for City Council before this is presented at City Council. Again, this use is less intense than the previously contemplated use. We're not opposed to doing a TIA, but we don't think anything's going to come of it. You know, there's no additional improvements that need to be made that haven't already been made out there. So with that, want to reiterate that the PUD is here to encourage creativity and flexibility that the UDC does not. We respectfully disagree with staff's recommendation, but are open to making some limited changes as previously discussed, and look forward to getting your feedback and feel like this does result in a higher quality development. And with that, that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand at the beginning you said that you had some other members there, and as I looked at the list of speakers, I believe some of them are with you. One of them was Jennifer Curtis, and the other is Ryan Day. So Ryan, you've covered that already, and Jennifer spoke and told you to speak. So we have 3 more: an Anthony Voigt, Lewis Hilton, and Robert Snetman. If any of those are with you or with the applicant, please go ahead.
They're not physically with me, but they should be on the line and probably need to be unmuted.
Yeah, this is Tony Voigt with Voigt Associates. I'm at 2631 Lakecrest Drive here in Pearland, and I'm here just in case the commission has any question and to support the applicant in the presentation today.
Thank you, Mr. Voigt. Then there's Lewis Hilton and a Robert Snetman.
Yes, thank you. This is Lewis Hilton with CBL Properties, 2030 Hamilton Place Boulevard, Chattanooga, Tennessee. We are the owners of Pearland Town Center. I'd just like to add that CBL Properties and Pearland Town Center fully supports the proposed Meritage development as presented as an addition to Pearland Town Center. The town center is a very well-balanced mixed-use property with existing retail, service providers, restaurants, offices, hotel, and multifamily. CBL's desire as the property owner is to continue to diversify the offerings at the town center, like we have with the recent additions of Pet Suites of America and now the very recently opened HCA Medical Training Center. We feel the addition of the fee simple properties at Pearland Town Center is another amenity that will bring professionals seeking home ownership within convenient walkable distance to the property and increase the shoppers and diners on a regular basis frequenting the town center's restaurants and shops. We have utmost confidence in Meritage as the developer of these urban townhomes, and we feel, as has been stated, that the use of the townhomes on this tract will have the least impact to vehicular traffic in and around the town center and the adjoining streets, and as what was originally planned with other uses. This development will be a welcome and positive addition that will benefit the existing Pearland Town Center operations. And we ask that we proceed with approvals and move forward with the development as presented. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hilton. And that leaves Mr. Robert Snetman.
Yes, I don't know that there's a lot for me to add. This is Robert Snetman with CBL Properties, CBL Center, Suite 500, 2030 Hamilton Place Boulevard, Chattanooga, Tennessee. I think Ryan did a great job presenting this evening, and I don't know that I have anything further to add to what Lewis said, other than, I would say that the town center was ahead of its time when it was built. It is a true crown jewel in the CBL portfolio. It's exceptional in that its mixed-use offerings, are so robust to include not only retail, but restaurants and office. And we feel that this fee simple ownership opportunity, the price point and what it offers, will be attractive to a lot of folks, and will be accretive really to all the stakeholders, for the city, CBL, and the homeowners that live there, who will have a vested interest in maintaining and their assets so that they continue to appreciate and value. So we support it, and that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, sir. And is there, I guess that's it for the applicant presentation. If so, we'll move on then to persons wishing to speak for or against the proposed request. Anyone here in person or online? Second time, anyone here or online? Remote, probably a better word, virtual, wishing to speak for or against? And the third time, all right, we'll move forward then. Planning Commission, staff discussions.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I wanted to interrupt. I know that late in the meeting, there was a call-in user number 5. I don't believe that person has been identified. We didn't unmute the mic to see which agenda item they wanted to speak on. So when you were calling for additional people, they might be an additional person. We don't know yet. Joe, if you'd be so kind just to get call-in user number 5 to identify themselves.
Absolutely. Call-in user 832242, you are unmuted.
Yeah, this is Eddie Kirst with Kirst Kosmosky Consulting, and Ryan did a marvelous job. Anything I say would probably detract, so.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Chair.
Thank you. All right, so let's go to Planning and Zoning staff discussion. Planning and Zoning Commissioners, who's first?
I'm in favor of this project. I would want to see the stipulations that staff recommended. I know that the applicants went in great detail to dispute every recommendation, but I remember that we had a workshop concerning this, so I think a lot of thought was given for both sides, what would be needed for this to work in this particular area. And so I would want to see those staff recommendations in order to approve this project. Thank you.
This is Lainey Kate. Mohammed, can you go back to some of those recommendations? Because there was a couple that I had questions about. Let me see. Right there, I think, I thought there was one that said something about multifamily use. I don't know where I saw it. I thought I saw something that said that y'all recommended multifamily use or attached townhomes as opposed to these. Was that on there somewhere, Mohammed?
Yes, the slide before this, Martin. Yes, right there.
And I guess
it's number 2.
Okay, I see it. I guess my question to this is that some of the concerns were traffic and the quality of the roadway. Wouldn't that create more? These residential types create more traffic and more of a burden on the roadway? That's my question, I guess. And I don't have a problem with this either, and I feel like the applicant did try to bend and come together with the city on the ideas we gave them at the workshop. So I appreciate them for that. I feel like I would be a yes on this. I feel like I would be a yes on this at this time. I know the traffic is an issue. The TIA is something I keep coming back to, but other than that, that's all I have. Thank you.
I think I would probably be a yes on this with the recommendations of staff. Main thing is on the inside when it comes to parking. The current conditions of it, if they don't have room, it's going to cause congestion out in the streets. So I could go with yes, but only with the recommendations of staff.
This Commissioner Dansby, I'd probably be a no, just in general, mainly just because part of it, and I know that they've addressed a ton of the variances and deviations, but there were a ton of variances and deviations. And my problem I have with anything that starts off with that many variants and deviations, and I realize and recognize that when you do proposed PUD, that's part of this give and take conversation. But I always feel like when something starts off this hard, it continues to be hard and difficult. Find it in the banking industry a lot. You look back and go, we should have never done that. So what I do when I was looking at over there as the town center is when I was on PEDC, we worked with CBL and others to get that land available for use. And I know the multi-purpose facility sports complex product may not fit today. But I think there's, and I'm torn a little bit on this because I have this conversation with myself all the time, advising people how to use their own property one way or another, because that's not my job, but here. But the way I look at it is I just feel like there's better use for that property than another. It's not an apartment, I know that, but it's a version of a multifamily, albeit sold pieces to each individuals. So I just feel like we're trying to square peg round hole something that with available piece of property that CBL needs to sell, and that Meritage, who has been a fantastic partner to date. I'm not worried about their product. In fact, I was very appreciative of the photos. Thought it was the elevations and the internal pictures made a huge difference and even given me some pause, and still does, to be honest, because the type of product they're putting on the property. But I still have reservations as a whole on the whole project, its location, the taking that particular piece of property offline and putting something like that in its place. It's a little disappointing, being that I was on PEDC and how the plans we had in place. We talked to multiple people that were going to build a sports facility there, volleyball, soccer, indoor soccer, basketball, multi-use facility. Went to Atlanta and toured a location there, and that was going to be the spot we were working on. So I hate to lose that piece of dirt, because I think it's a very, very valuable, highly visible piece of property with a good elevation opportunities with the pond and the town center in front of it. So again, I think there's a lot of variances and deviations, and I don't feel like square peg and round hole in something just to fill a empty spot is what I'm looking for. Thanks.
Commissioner Earls, on an effort to be brief and not to simply mirror Commissioner Dansby, I think I'd be a no on this. Seems to be a lot of concessions we're making on this to make this fit. I do appreciate the accommodations that the applicant has put in place from our workshop that we had with City Council. But again, I think I'd be a no.
This is Commissioner Henricks. I really like the product. I thought the townhomes looked really nice on the outside and the inside. I just think it's super dense. For this area, I'd be concerned about fire trucks getting in when people are parked on the street. Even though they have parking in their garages, I'd be concerned from a fire access point. It'd be nice if it was just a little bit less dense, but I'm kind of torn because I think it's not a bad area for a townhome development, but at the same time, I think the city's plan was to see this land used as a different type of attraction there. And so I tend to be excited about this, but I might have to vote no on this at this point. But I think I'd be okay with it if it was just a little less dense. And that's it.
Commissioner Fuertes, this is a very difficult piece of land, and I think that's evident because it has not been built on, and the rest of the mall is built out, except for maybe a couple of parcels on the right that are also, I say right, the east side of this lake that are also difficult. The entire area has developed, give or take a few parcels. So it has been a challenge. And part of that challenge is the way the PUD was written. And it's no fault of any staff member that's still here. I was a planning and zoning member at the time, a new one, and I watched the arrows fly between this site and Pogan McEwen, which is where the Bass Pro Shop is. The city it was going back and forth with which mall is going to come up first out of the ground, and the PUD was extremely difficult. It was negotiated hard by the city, and I think some of what we're seeing today is a result of that. I would eventually, as soon as I'm done here, I'd like to go through the staff recommendations. I think Commissioner Boswell was correct. You know, let's take a look at them and see which ones we can live with and which ones we can't. But for me, parking's not an issue. I don't know that you're going to get a lot of people parking on the street. I think if you have a gathering, they're going to park in the mall and make their way in. Either somebody from the house or something's going to let them in. So I'm not that concerned with parking. When we discussed parking at nauseum, when this PUD was approved, It was the same with the multifamily. What happens if somebody has a birthday party? What happens if this? What happens if there's a gathering or a parade or this? I mean, the mall itself has, how many times have you ever gone to that mall and it be completely full of cars? I'd say never, maybe at Christmas time. I'm just not worried about parking. And this product itself, the detached areas, I know Mohammed suggested, or it was suggested in the staff's comments just before the page before this, that perhaps multifamily or attached townhomes would be better suited. But I'll have to disagree with that. I'm actually, my daughter just yesterday moved into a townhome just north, I think it's pretty much north of Memorial Park in Houston. And that place is completely filled with townhomes like this. Absolutely beautiful area. Wonderful. I mean, there's people walking all the time, and that's open road and ditches. So I think this one will be even better than that area. So I really don't have a problem with the product, and I really do appreciate that they changed the facade requirements, or not the requirements, the facades, the elevations, and as well those interior pictures. I think I agree with Commissioner Dansby that those spoke volumes. So if we could go for, I counted four people for and 3 people against, but I think the 4 people that were for, would say staff recommendations, and I'd like to look at those, because I think number 2, it's a death sentence. If we go from 1,800 square feet to 3,000 square feet, I mean, just thinking of the number of lots, this product becomes non-feasible for. It's a deal killer at that point. We might as well stop. If density is an issue, we might as well just quit the discussion. I don't have a problem with that density, because I think these are designed that way. The ones in Old Town Site will be very similar to this. But actually those will be 25 by, they'll be a little bit bigger, and have more of a front, I think, facade. And that's right, because it's a detached garage in the back. That's why they had that extra, or definitely need that extra space. So I'm definitely open to be quiet here if we want to go through them. If Commissioner Boswell, Cade, Hendricks, I think y'all 3 were for. I'm leaning for. So you're against. I think you said.
This is Commissioner Hendricks again. My issue was, if somebody were parked on the road, can a fire truck get by in case there's an emergency? That's my concern. I don't know if somebody from city is here that can answer that.
I think the roads were, they say 28 feet standard size, which would.
I'll try to answer that. So, yeah, they're proposing only 28 paved. The paved portion of the street is only 20 feet wide. And as you can see from that plot plan, they really don't have any front setback. The garage is only about 4 or 5 feet away from the property line. So there's really no accommodation. So if you're a resident, you either park inside the garage or on the street side, or on the street, which is only 28 feet wide. And so if you have residents parking on the side, and I'm not talking about guests, I'm talking about the residents. If they happen to have their cars on the side of the street, that significantly reduces the passable way of that paved portion. Somebody from engineering can also maybe talk about that as well. Thank you.
And Mohammed, that 28 feet is a normal street width, correct? For a typical neighborhood. Meets the city code.
That 28 feet, that paved portion, that's the whole street. Actually, the city street is 50 feet wide, and they're proposing 28 feet wide streets, and it's only that paved portion. There's really no any unpaved portion of the street. So it's not a typical street.
There are two people from the city's engineering department that are currently attending virtually, and they might be in a good position to answer those questions.
That'd be wonderful, please.
Sure. Good evening. This is Tyrese, Assistant City Engineer. I'm here with Mr. Shrestha, the City Engineer. Let me check my audio first before I go further.
You're good, Parviz.
Thank you. So as you mentioned, at some point you are correct. Our local street has a 28 feet wide pavement width. That comes with also a 50 feet right of way for the other items such as the utilities, sidewalk, and this pavement width align with that. To my understanding, a fire lane should have a minimum width of 24 feet. If you want to treat this as a private drive and not a street to accommodate for the fire code. I just want to quickly mention something before we go further on this discussion. Going back to what Mohammed mentioned at the beginning. So what city staff, especially in this case engineering, will look into is if the proposed development meets the current criteria. And the biggest item came to engineering was the idea of establishing something as a private drive. And that is something I just want to briefly bring it to everybody's attention so you can see what we are referring to. According to ordinance or UDC, if you subdivide lots, then your lot, each one individually needs to face a private or public right-of-way. That means a private or public street. Since this private driveway is existing, we cannot really accommodate the definition of the street for that. The width is not enough. We don't know the construction of that was enough. And that is why that is up to planning and zoning and ultimately to city council to decide if that is something we wanted or not. And same thing applies to the internal streets as well. Our requirement says if this is a right of way, if it is a roadway, it needs to have a 50-foot right of way. The utilities, I agree with the applicant mentioned, the sanitary sewer is private, the storm sewer is private, and I don't believe engineering has any major issue with those utilities being under the pavement. We have utilities constructed under pavement all over town partially, but not the whole utility if city maintains it. I refer to another ordinance. City plumbing ordinance requires every single lot connects to water and sewer directly. So this PD is in contradiction with that requirement as well. And that is something planning and zoning and ultimately again, city council has to decide if that is something we want to allow it. As of now, if it is a road, then EDCM comes to play, needs to have a 50-foot right of way. It needs to have sidewalk 4 foot on each side of the road. And these are the items staff brought up that it does not meet our criteria. And the fire lane, again, I just want to reiterate on that. It needs to be, according to fire code, a minimum 24-foot fire lane. And if there's any extra room, they can use it for the on-street parking. I hope that was clear.
I want to add one thing real quick. Is that there's really no accommodation for private sidewalks along the front of those townhomes. So they really do not have any room to accommodate that as well in the front of those townhomes. Even though they talked about walkability, things like that, I don't see sidewalks along the front of those townhomes. Thank you.
Chair Fuertes, I think getting to your question that engineering was trying to answer, you have to have if you had this private street of this nature, you could park on the sides of that street, do the off-site parking. However, 24 feet needs to be designated as a fire lane, which means you only have 4 feet of parking. 4 feet of parking for both sides of the street for however many cars may be there. So I think that that's the math that engineering is looking at and where it would deviate from what the applicant is suggesting. So I don't know if there's a disconnect there with what they're saying by you have to have a designated fire lane, but to get the fire truck through that, you would have to have prohibited parking, at least on one side of the street, and only accommodate 4 feet of that 28 feet if that's curb to curb. I don't want to pretend that I'm an engineer, but I think that that's the direct answer to your question.
Right. So motorcycle parking only, and sideways is that, right? Bicycle, right?
I'm just curious if that's the standard for all streets in Pearland or neighborhood streets in Pearland, 28 feet, or so should every neighborhood in Pearland only be parking on one side of the street by that logic?
That doesn't include right of way. Right of way includes sidewalks on both sides. So you're saying
That doesn't include the fire lane. It's curb to curb, he said.
Well, and some of this is going to be grandfathered in. Right. You know, some of these roads have been here way before the UDC or anything else was here. So, you know, they're stuck. And then, you know, we're looking at stuff on Broadway, that kind of stuff, covered ditches and that kind of thing to fill in that right of way and allow for expansion of the road into areas that you couldn't before. So, yeah, again, I still keep coming back. I'm having issues with it all the way around. You know, the sidewalks, you know, are an issue to me. I know there's a trail system built into this and connects to an existing very, very nice CBL trail system that is used a lot. I've seen people running on all the time from the town center and the subdivision behind it. So, I mean, it's well used, but, you know, I think we're square peg and round hole, the whole thing. So I think there's a little desperation to sell something to a good user, Meritage, to divest from property that's been sitting vacant for a little while. And Meritage is doing everything they can to get there, but I worry that, you know, we're going to give up something in the long run and end up with a product on the ground that is not what we had in our mind. Not the structures themselves, but the development itself. So still a no.
After the additional staff feedback, I'm leaning more towards a no. I definitely want to make sure we would have enough space on those streets. So if that's something that could be worked out, yes, but if not, then I'm not willing to sign off on that and you not have the designated area needed for a fire truck to get through there. God forbid that happen, but that's where I am as of now. Thanks.
I'll just make one observation on that. I think my neighborhood, it's in Pearland. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. That was a dumb comment, wasn't it? We all live in Pearland. I believe it's 28 feet also, and people do park on the street there. And it's I believe it's a 70-foot lot. So I can put 2 cars, sometimes 3 if I get real close, in my front yard if I wished. The only time it's a trouble, and again, it probably doesn't meet the fire code, so I'm saying this up front. When there's 2 cars parked on both sides of the street, it is difficult still to drive. I mean, I slow way down. The last thing I want to do is run somebody, a child over who cares? But if it's no different than any other street in the city, or if that meets code, I just don't know. I think we're focusing on that part of it, and then saying the fire truck needs 24 feet. Probably not. That is the rule, though. I mean, that all the shopping centers, you see the red curb, and they make a 24-foot curb, and the radius is correct. So I understand it needs to be there. I just don't want us to get hung up on that part when the rest of the town still parks on the street and leaves X amount of feet for a fire truck or an ambulance coming through at night. And I'll be better about not parking on the street, I promise. do we want to go through the rest of
Excuse me.
the items?
Chairman of the commission, Ryan Day, the developer, wants to, I guess, to be unmuted, and I think he may just want to rebut some of those issues. So that's what he requested, but it's up to you. Thank you.
If he can be brief, that'd be wonderful.
Yes, I'll be very brief. I appreciate the opportunity to speak again. The 28-foot paving width, so this is nothing different than any new subdivision. This is the same street width that we're paving out in Riverstone Ranch currently. It is no different. We will have the same street radiuses, and street parking is allowed in those. So I'm just having trouble. There's an issue with the existing UDC and with all other subdivisions currently under construction within the city. That's a bigger topic, but we didn't expect to be asked to go above and beyond on our pavement width, above and beyond what the UDC currently requires.
But if it's a private road, does the UDC or the ordinances apply the same way?
Yes, ma'am. There is a requirement for private development streets be built to public street standards. And I am looking, I do see newer streets, and I would agree with Mr. Dade that I think they referred to the town center over at, the townhomes over at Midtown at Magnolia. And I just measured the street width appears to be 28 feet. I'm not sure how that, I'm trying to understand engineering's comment with this as well. And I think that they're saying it's the density. But again, I think that's for the fire marshal to look at when they come to building permit time. And that may be something that they want to review before they come in. But I think that engineering and fire code, or the fire marshal, have already commented on this. But Martin tends to marshal the comments from all the departments, and he might better understand it since we don't have anybody from the fire marshal's office here tonight.
Thank you, Lawrence.
Excuse me, Lawrence, if I can add something. Sorry, Martin, can I just quickly bring up two items?
Yeah, sure. I have a feeling you and I were maybe fixing to say the same thing, so you go first.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I just want to mention two items. I do not disagree with the 28 feet wide statement. That also applies to all local roads. The minimum pavement width is 28 feet, and we are enforcing that to our streets. Please forgive me. I don't want to speak for fire marshal office, but I don't believe the fire code applies to streets. Fire code, I believe, applies only to private drives, and that's how we came up with that comment. That is one part of the statement. And the second part is in the regular streets, the houses have at least 15, 20 foot setback in the front, and it minimizes the chance of vehicle parking on the street. And again, I just want to go back to my original statement. Those are only our comments based on our current criteria. And it is completely up to planning and zoning to decide if you want to go with them or you want to deviate from those requirements and create it. Thank you, Martin.
So to carry that thought forward, just another step, part of what this whole discussion about parking came to be was that these are the site plans that have been provided by the applicant, and these are the plans that were reviewed by staff. The radiuses on these plans in front of the two-car garages that are proposed include their curb returns outside of the property limits. So there is no room on either left or right-hand side for additional parking. That's what then led to the discussion about the street widths and parking in front of those lots and then having a congested roadway. So while it may have evolved into a fire discussion, it really comes back to whether the amount of density that is proposed, the additional 57, I believe I'm quoting off of the report, lots that the applicant is looking to grant ahead of what a standard townhome development granted by the Unified Development Code would allow. If it were standard UDC townhome lot, you could have the parking on the street and it may not be as much of an issue. But when you reduce those lot widths down, when you reduce the setbacks, and when you reduce everything down to an absolute minimum to be able to fit all of this development onto the lot, it has impacts on the remainder of the development.
Agree. And I guess that goes to the comments. It's a difficult piece of land and it's a difficult PUD. Do we want to look through the items?
I was taking a score, so.
You were?
I was.
What'd you come?
So
This is Commissioner Hendricks. I mean, at the end of the day, the people that are going to buy here are going to have to decide if this is livable for them. So, and the fire marshals and the engineering are still going to have to approve on this project. So I'm just voice my concerns, but I think at the end of the day, I'd vote for it because the people buying these townhomes are going to be the ones that are going to have to figure out real quickly that you're going to have to park in your garage. You don't have any other choice. So.
Agreed. And I guess to further that, at the price point of these, not to have a sidewalk and have parking be an issue already, that's something to take into consideration with if we're willing to move forward with this. And if an average citizen would come in and want those types of headaches possibly.
Those aren't amenities. Those are basic requests. Sidewalk, adequate parking. So if we want to make a mock vote, I think you were keeping score.
Yes, so originally I had Commissioner Boswell being in favor with staff request, but then switched to a no later on. I had Cade in favor, Eisenberg in favor with staff request, Dansby as a no, Earls as a no, Hendricks as no due to density, and then Fuertes, I had you didn't necessarily say.
I waffle, but I mean, I'm a yes. I'm a yes if we could look at the recommendations and go through them. Because I think density, if we're not going to go with this site plan, I don't believe this product's going to go through. Some of the other things I honestly, I don't recall because I think it was about 7 hours ago. But nobody's willing to or wants to go through those. All right. Hit your button so everybody else can.
I don't need to look at the recommendations to be a yes. So that's why I'm saying no, I don't want to look at the recommendations. Does that make sense? I'm sorry.
No, that makes perfect sense.
I love the townhomes. I really do. I think they're gorgeous, but I'm going to be a no. I'm not willing to, with that many issues coming for me and the price point, it just doesn't match up for there to be potential problems already. So no.
All right. We've heard from all multiple times, and let's take a vote. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. All those opposed, same sign. Measure fails 3-4. I hope I said that correctly that way. There were 3 fours and 4 againsts. Thank you to the applicants and staff for all your information and patience. And a special thank you to the next, I believe the next group that has hung around all night long with us. That'll bring us, we're complete with the zone changes. We are now going for a conditional use permit. There's 2 of them. The first one is item D under, I believe we're under 5 or 6, Roman numeral 6. Commission input and discussion, conditional use permit, application CUP 21-00023. And this is a request by Curtis Warren, applicant on behalf of Jung Guok, owner, for approval of conditional use permit, which is a CUP, for an adult daycare business use within the neighborhood services NS district. This is to accommodate an adult daycare center within a leased space in the existing retail center, and that center is located 7930 Broadway Street, Suite 118. And I believe I'm going to make a mistake if I ask for a motion to approve, so I need to instead ask for
A motion to discuss.
How about a motion to discuss and a second, please?
So moved.
Second.
All right. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Chair. Let me introduce Florence again. Take it away.
Thank you, Martin. This is a request for a conditional use permit for an adult daycare use in the neighborhood service district. The purpose of this is to provide daycare for mentally and physically impaired adults. The location is in a suite along Broadway, and the future land use is retail offices and services. Staff did not receive any comment for or against the proposed request. The property is zoned neighborhood services. It is surrounded on the east and on the north by general business uses, and then to the south by a multi-family zoned property. The underlying land use is retail offices and services, which supports the proposed use. So this is an aerial view of the subject property. It is part of a larger development composed of 3 multi-tenant commercial facilities, as well as a daycare, which is situated right in the middle. The site is to the west of the subject property, and it abuts a bank, multi-family, and a shopping center. This is a view of the subject property, and the proposal is to occupy one of the suites within the subject property. Again, these are views of the subject property, and then the multi-family to the south, and the daycare center, which is across from the parking lot of the subject property. And staff believes that the proposed use is compatible with these surrounding uses. And so staff has reviewed this and has determined that it's consistent with a comprehensive plan, a thoroughfare plan. The property is already platted and has access to utilities. There's no exterior improvement proposed for this development. A lot of the changes would be interior improvements. And so we don't anticipate any impacts to this criteria. And similarly, staff has reviewed this according to the criteria for conditional use permits. Again, there's no exterior improvement associated with this. This is an already developed conforming multi-tenant development, and so it conforms to, or it's consistent with the criteria for conditional use permit. And so based on that, staff is recommending approval of this conditional use permit for an adult daycare in the Neighborhood Services District. That concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next will be the applicant presentation. Are the applicants? Yes, the applicant is here. I know you've heard me say it 1,000 times. If you'd state your name and address for the record, that'd be wonderful.
Yes, my name is Curtis Warren and my wife Tracy. We're owners of Haven Adult Daycare and Transportation. We're located at 7930 Broadway Street here in Pearland. We're operating, we'll be operating a non-medical adult daycare. It's basically set aside for elderly patients. We basically would be providing assistance to anyone who might need assistance. It will not be subject to anyone with major health issues. Mainly, we'll be transporting them shopping. You know, we're trying to keep them in a position to where they can still live with their families. So we're going shopping, doctor's appointments, field trips, you know, things like that. The main reason for it, because it was a dream of ours, my wife and our 3 daughters, we started this business. We came here in 2014, and we used to do nursing home ministry. My parents are 86 and 87 years old. They still live at home. Just to make it short, basically that's the reason why we have a passion for it. We found out that, you know, parents still living at home with their children or someone, it just tend to, it gives them longevity somewhat. So that's our care. That's what we mainly do. If you have any questions, we feel, you know, the floor is open.
Thank you for that. Thank you for your comments and your presentation.
And your patience. Appreciate small business owners to get to do what they've always dreamed of. That's what it's all about. I have no issues with this, so I'm good. Oh, sorry.
Go on the side. Got to go in order. Persons wishing to speak for or against the proposal request. Has anybody signed up online? That's a no. I'm getting a no nod. I'll just ask real quick one more time only. Anyone wishing to speak for or against? All right, moving on. Planning and Zoning staff discussion, or staff's wrap up with the Planning and Zoning Commission discussion first. Who's first?
This is Commissioner Hendricks. I really love the idea of what you guys are going to do. I'm totally for it. I think it's a service that's highly needed in every community, and thank you for dedicating your time to that.
For the record, what she said. One quick question. Do you work with special needs as well? I didn't want it. Thank you.
And just for the purposes of the record, because while we can hear you, the microphone may not have heard you. I'm not going to ask you to stand up. I'm just going to say, yes, you are providing things for special needs and the elderly, primarily elderly, but you can take special needs as long as they're non-medical.
I've already spoken. I'm absolutely for it. I believe Forgotten Angels is in the same center, and so I think the two businesses are would work well, compatible. Thank you.
Being that I'm the most elderly one on this panel, I want y'all to remember me that I voted for y'all. Just in case I need that facility, I want y'all to remember that I voted for it.
Everything they said, I'm for it. Glad to have y'all here. Thank you.
I don't want to prolong this, but I do want to ask one quick question. I mentioned this before. The center at with the movie theater in the AMC 6 or whatever it's called. It's not AMC. The Premier Cinema on Broadway there at Walnut. That entire center used to be NS, and they came to us every time they had a change. One restaurant had to come back to us 3 different times. Once just to put a couple of outdoor seating chairs and tables outside when Emma's was on the opposite corner. And I really want to look at this center and centers along Broadway that are NS, but really not facing single-family residential or abutting single-family residential, perhaps getting them to come in, and even if it's for free, it's not my call, I guess. But, coming back in with a GC for the entire center. And I think that would have prevented you from having this delay in opening up your business, and you wouldn't have had to come to us and sit here with us for the last 6 hours or however long. But I'm totally for it, and I know we usually give a mock vote, but I think it was easy to count. That was 7-0 for. So I don't know that we need to do that unless you want us to.
Since it's a CUP, y'all will not be voting, just your comments will go to council.
Correct, but sometimes after a long discussion, we typically go down the line, and I don't think that's necessary here.
I think this one was pretty easy.
That concludes. Thank you very much, and best of luck. All right, the last item that's a CUP, zone changer CUP, is item E as Edward. Commission input and discussion, application CUP 21-00025, and this is a request by Ravi Mangoli, applicant on behalf of Pearland Maine LLC owner, for a conditional use permit for cigars plural, tobacco or e-cigarettes shop, retail only within the general commercial district, to accommodate an approximate 1,500 square foot vape shop in an existing multi-tenant commercial center. And that location is 1909 North Main, Suite 101, Pearland, Texas. How about can I hear a motion for discussion, please?
So moved.
Second.
All right, staff comments?
Thank you, Chair. Let me introduce Samin for our last report tonight. Samin, take it away.
Thank you, Martin. So the next request is for approval of a conditional use permit for a vape shop within an existing multi-tenant commercial center in general commercial district. The property is designated as business commercial in future land use map. Staff has not received any comments in favor or against the proposed CUP. The next slide is
Since it looks like Samin's having some connection issues, I'll take over. This slide shows the zoning and aerial map for the property. This slide shows the future land use plan showing business commercial. This is the site plan of the property showing the development. Then we have the radius map here showing that there are 2 within a mile, and then about 5 that are outside of that mile or within the 2 mile radius. One of those is located outside of the city limits. These are some pictures of the site showing the entrance for the property off of Broadway, and then the actual shot of the businesses that are located within the suite there. For the details of the review, this is all positive for the conformity table. And then for the items of conformity for conditional use permit, this is across the board showing green lights here. Staff recommends approval of this conditional use permit with no additional conditions for your consideration. Chair, give it back to you.
Thank you. Is the applicant here for a presentation? Don't forget name and address, and then proceed.
My name is Rohan Abjani, and address is 10350 Lanson Drive, Houston, Texas. Applicant is my uncle, Ravi. He is not here because of the family emergency, actually, and his flight was delayed when he was coming back today. So he's not here, but he sent me one thing, paper that I want to present in front of you. The use of the space we would like to rent at 1909 North Main Street, Yellen, Texas. We are seeking an approval for developing this rent space for retail operations. This space will be used for retail operation for smoke shop, web shop, t-shirt, caps, perfumes, imitations, and novelty products. We are a manufacturer and distribution of the various retail products under the umbrella of the two business, Optima Product LLC and Accurate Fulfillment LLC. We have identified the PLN as a business-friendly community to start our retail operations under Smoke Studio LLC. We would like to rent 15 square feet and south of the corner of the building. After throughout consultation with the landlord and conducting our due diligence in the area, we would like pledge to sell legal products and with the utmost respect toward the fabrics of a PLN society values and protect our community with the great importance. We sincerely request the City Council to provide an approval for our retail operation. And once again, I would like to thank you for consideration. If you have any question, please, you can ask.
Sir, did you fill out one of the speaker registration cards? Did you fill out one of the pink sheets of paper?
No.
Okay. Before you leave, you don't have to do it right now because they're going to ask you some questions. Before you leave, if you could fill that out, we want to make sure that we spell your name correctly and get the address since you're not Ravi and you're speaking on behalf of your uncle. Okay?
Okay. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and move forward, and then when we have questions, you can come back to the podium there. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And I'm then going to ask for any persons wishing to speak for or against. There is no one here, and if there's anyone online, somebody give me a thumbs up. Otherwise, we'll move.
Nobody is registered to speak on this item.
All right. Then we will move to Planning and Zoning Commission comments. And for the record, Samin has joined us again.
I'm sorry, but I would not be for this due to the concentration of, or the number of other similar shops in the vicinity. Thank you.
Did we receive exactly how many shops were in the 5-mile radius? Sorry. I'm undecided. I'll wait to see what the rest of the commission says. Thank you.
I'll make it real simple. No.
I'm not excited about vape shops by any means, nor is anyone else. What I will tell you is that the way I look at it is they met the requirements. The bank is where I work is right down the road from there. There's a liquor store, three little spots up, give or take. I'm not excited about it by any means, but it makes, they fit the requirements. It's a business. There's not a conflict. There's no school presence. The ISD building is across the street, but that's obviously adults and employees. So I'm not, I would waffle on it as well, but I think I could go yes if I had to.
I'd be a yes.
I think I'd be a yes just because of where it's located on Broadway.
I'm going to also say yes because, and I'd say yes because, if you're going to pick a spot anywhere in town or in this general location, you would want to pick one where there weren't any residents around or like you said, Commissioner Dansby stated, a school or, another, maybe a place of worship or something that may find some, or find it negative. So I probably, on this one, I would go yes, just the general location itself.
Is 35 or is that part of the corridor?
Correct. 35 is in the corridor overlay district.
Right. And
this property faces out onto a corridor overlay district.
Right. And the sign that says Pearland is how far from there? Like half a mile? Right when you get off the Beltway?
It is
way up.
a mile away because I believe that the entrance sign is right about where my cursor is.
I'm just going to renew my no because of aesthetics and, you know, I think we're trying to make Main Street look better, and I don't think this will do it. Thank you.
It's just a discussion. There's no vote from the Planning and Zoning Commission on this item.
Well, put me down for a yes. Thank you.
All right, with no further comments, let's close that item out.
Before you call for the next item, Chair, and I apologize and I ask for y'all's patience, we either need to clarify something or we need to go on a journey. And I'll guide you on that journey one way or the other, but if somebody has something different, Shelby and I were comparing notes, and as we compared our notes, we could not find who made the motion and who made the second for the zone change application for the Serenity Garden. So Chair Dansby, I'm going to ask you to step out of the room because you already did your conflict on it. Tranquility Lake, Serenity, I think it's Serenity Court and Serenity Drive. It was a zone change from GB to R1, I believe.
If can I take a stab at that?
Yep.
So I had wait, no, that's RCI. Tranquility.
It was item B on our agenda, and we kept on looking at our notes, and I think both of us. We didn't have anybody, and that's why we were concerned about it. So I know it was a long time ago.
So I did, right after that item happened, I told Lawrence that I don't think anybody had motioned it to even be on the table. So unless y'all think otherwise.
Yeah, so
I was going to say, I don't have anybody written down.
So that being the case, I'm going to go down this journey. We'll all go together. I promise it won't take that long. First, what we're going to do is have a motion to reconsider because we took a vote without it being on the table. We're going to have a motion to reconsider. That motion has to be made by one of the four of you who were on the no because you were in the majority. Okay? After the motion to reconsider, you vote on that. Then you can say, okay, let's take a vote on the main motion. So we'll get a new motion on it after we get it back on the table. No, ma'am, it was a 1-5 failure for that item.
That is correct.
So I'll make a motion to
reconsider item B.
Item B under Roman numeral 6.
Okay, so moved.
LC, and then
Boswell, second.
Commissioner Boswell, AB. Okay, so we've got a motion to reconsider. So now we need a vote on the motion to reconsider.
All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. That measure passes. This is about the reconsideration. Yes. Measure passes 6-0.
Okay, now a motion, since there wasn't really a motion before, we're just going to have a new motion to approve.
How about we make a motion to approve?
So moved.
That was to reconsider.
That was 5-1.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
This failed.
Yes, sir. It failed by a vote of 1-5. It's better for the agenda to have a affirmative recommend. You have to make a recommendation. So your recommendation, your no vote becomes a recommendation for denial.
So why don't we go with the two that
I said so moved.
Second, Commissioner Earls.
I'll see. Okay, we've got that down, and then a
Call for the vote.
call for the vote on the motion to approve. And again, it was I don't remember who was the one for it. Oh,
yeah.
2 hands raised. There we go. Same person, but still, she was very enthusiastic about it. So the expectation would be that the vote would be the same, but just reminding everybody, all the way down until you get to Commissioner Hendricks, it was no's, and Ms. Hendricks was a yes. However, because it's a motion to reconsider, you're absolutely welcome to change your vote if you were so inclined.
All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. All those opposed, same sign. Measure fails 1-5.
Thank you for going on that journey with me.
No,
I appreciate your patience.
Thank you for keeping us straight, and it's in fairness to everyone else that attended. And all right, that brings us to discussion items. Roman numeral 7, Commissioner's activity report, and I think Martin had something he was going to say.
Yes. So 2 things. One, CPAC is tomorrow for those of you who are on that.
Commissioner
We can
Boswell
talk
said-
about it afterwards,
Okay.
or you can call me in the morning and we can talk about it.
Well, I'm wondering if commission, one of us couldn't make it, do we get a stand-in from the commission, or do we?
I think that those will be more in-depth conversations. So having a stand-in isn't necessarily something that would work well to just jump in to those conversations.
So, and here's just my comment, because I think the notice went out Friday. I need like at least a week in advance notice for a meeting. To make sure I'm not on the schedule for other obligations. So that's why I won't make it tomorrow.
Understood.
I'd like to say I'm that busy, but I got nothing.
The second thing, I often have really good ideas, but I don't guarantee that I have every good idea. And one of the commissioners brought up a good idea. So we are looking into doing shirts for y'all. But that is, we're going to try and have y'all kind of match or coordinate at least. And, maybe we'll be in touch with those, but I do want to give y'all a little tidbit going ahead. Yes, sir.
Samoan petite.
Understood.
Anyone else? Commissioner activity report? Excited about the shirts.
Hey, whatever happened to, this is a question from Martin, I guess. Whatever happened to getting access cards to get upstairs? At one time, they had talked about giving us that so we could park in the back, come in, and get upstairs and such. Did they just...
I will revisit that because I think that conversation just petered off. But I'll write it down and I'll
it makes it a lot easier. We park in the back, leave that out there for when people want to start coming back.
No, understood.
If there's nothing further, the next P&Z meeting is August 16th. If anyone knows they will not be here, please let us know. Okay, I'm here in 2. Commissioner Boswell and Commissioner Hendricks will not be in attendance that night.
All right.
Awesome. Okay, if nothing further, it's an early night, 10:25.